Alrighty, well, I guess we'll be Big Reese first. Hello, everybody. Here we are. Let's see, it was Nick, Varson, Mochi, Miss Merc, Akisawa Arashi, Momichi. Thank you all for the subs. 5 months. Wow. Wow, 5 months. Wow. But yeah, we won't be Big Reese for very long because I'll swap over pretty quick. I should have everything set up, rather. If I don't, then we'll fix it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live, as they say, you know? Hype train, level, what was that, level 2? Let's go, tea time, thank you. Edit and post? That's not how streaming works. But yeah, today we'll be assembling the Lictor. I'd like to paint it as well. Did the HDMI cable end up working? Oh, it works. It's just short. You'll see. Well, you won't see, but it's short. It needs like another like foot or 5 to have a comfortable length. Hey Laser. Hey there, buddy. It was fun playing 3 seconds of Helldivers earlier on baby mode. Let's hope the cable doesn't trip you up. It won't. You'll see. Well, you won't, but it will. Just don't trip, it'll be fine. If I trip, then... oh well. It's just... you know, I didn't pay for the camera, you know? Yeah. So how this will probably happen? Speaks! Thanks for the 5 gifted. Let's go. Is this hand cam? It's gonna be. Yeah. So how this will probably happen is I'll swap over. I'll go to like a black screen first. We'll probably just go back to the intro while I swap over, because I don't have everything set up to hot swap. I also don't know how the mic quality is on the camera. Jason, thanks for the Prime. Did you guys know that Amazon Prime gives you Twitch Prime, which allows you to subscribe for free to one streamer a month? Don't forget about that. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna go back to this, and then mute my mic, and we'll be back on the hand cam in just a second. Hopefully, like just a minute. So you guys will just chill in the elevator music again, okay? Okay. 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 I will put my phone here for chat. Too loud? Is it too loud? Double audio? What the hell? Okay, hold on. Hey, can you go and adjust the mic?
You have 2 mics on.
Can you adjust the mic? Yup. Yup.
Test.
Test?
You have 2 mics on, Reese.
Okay, unplug that.
I'm just muted it. How about now?
How about now? Are we still double?
Testing.
Better, keep talking. It's better, but loud. Better, because this is where I'm sitting. This is going to be how it's going to be. Robotic, but better? Define robotic. What does that even mean?
Try that.
Crunchy? How about now?
What are you using? That mic on the top there?
This thing.
Is it like ass? Or
It shouldn't be ass. It should be okay. Echoey? That's just going to be how it's going to be. A little loud? How is that possible? It's not even in the yellow.
Does it have to be in your mouth?
No, it doesn't have to be in your mouth. Just loud? Turn it down more. These guys are going to complain about it's loud until they can't even hear
they're not
it.
complaining. They're giving you information. Don't get frustrated.
How about now? Are we loud now?
Jeez, dude.
How about now?
Fucking unprofessional. Dude, they're not gonna give you an honest answer now because you yelled at them.
Yeah, that's alright. Good now? Try and peek it.
Oh.
What about that?
Why did they say that was okay?
I don't know. Better now? Okay, well that's how it's gonna be until you guys say otherwise.
Wait, I gotta go listen.
You're gonna go listen? Okay. It's generally better than before? Okay. I haven't really tested this like in a live setting, so I don't know how well it'll focus when I do this. But we'll see. It's not going to be that close, don't worry. It looks pretty good from here, though.
Dude, camera looks great.
Yeah.
Big news.
Yeah?
That mic sounds like dog shit.
Uh-oh.
But
What?
like, it's not how loud you are. It's the quality. It's,
What if?
It sounds.
Well, what if I take this off? Maybe it's the wind filter. What if I make it naked? That probably sounds awful for them right now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go listen.
What about now? Yeah, ouch, ouch. Yeah, ouch. Okay, but how about now? Is that any better having the pop filter off of it? Better? 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 Similar but better, cleaner, better.
Dude. Way better, bro.
Yeah, is it actually?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Okay, well, that's how we'll rock with it now.
I definitely think that sounded better.
It's better without the filter off? How was it better before?
Don't listen. Stop being one-guided. Start painting your fucking shit.
Oh, we can't paint right away. I have to assemble this bitch. Put him back. Oh, I wanted to test the fucking
It's the Lictor.
the autofocus.
It looks nice.
Like with this bitch.
Dude, that looks good.
I can't. Lictor, stop focusing on him.
Dude, that looks so good.
This looks pretty good,
Holy
actually.
shit! What the? How much was that?
The camera was expensive. Thank you for the camera.
Oh my fucking god!
Because it looks pretty good, even on. But it's focusing on my skin and not on the
that
mini.
shit's going into your pores.
It's focusing on my hands and not this, though. Not that important yet, but I wish it would not focus. Can you tap on the screen and tap on the guy and not my hands? No, the camera, buddy. You know my monitor's not touch screen. Does anything,
screen?
Yeah, does anything happen when you tap on that on the camera? Does it autofocus? Is it trying to?
I don't fucking know what I'm looking at. This shit's insane.
Just tap on the Space Marine.
I tapped on him.
Okay, is there a box on him now?
Yeah, there was.
Okay, tap on him.
You're moving him.
No, tap on him once in
I
the center.
did.
Center mass.
I did.
You got it.
Centered.
Okay, and now is it moving around as I do this?
Yeah?
Okay. Well, then that's how it's gonna be. It looks okay. It's focusing okay. Oops, I dropped a Lictor. Okay, well, we're just gonna open up the Lictor and just get started, guys. This is what...
Zoom out.
Zoom out? This is what we're gonna assemble today.
Zoom out.
That's not out, that's in. It's inverted because I'm at the front of the camera.
Dang, this thing's insane.
It's the Tyranid Lictor. We're just gonna open it up. I got a brand new fresh X-Acto knife that I'm gonna cut myself with. By accident, of course.
Dude.
We'll just open her up.
This thing is epic.
Yeah. What? Yeah, you have hands too, buddy.
Dang, that's crazy.
Is the Lictor husband material? I mean, what do you
He's
think?
got a big beard.
Like, does he look like husband material? Oh, the glare is bad on that. We'll put him... Oh, now it's too shadowed.
Looks fine.
Does he look like husband material? He's... Okay. So let's open this B up.
I think he's sexy as fuck.
You think the Lictor's sexy?
What are you doing with this?
I was just using him as a test model to see what it would look like when I was zoomed in enough to have him...
So why don't it look at him?
You tap on the screen, man! It autofocuses on the tap. Oh, God.
I just want to try and figure it out. It don't work.
Stop!
It don't freaking work.
Stop! You're fucking it up, bitch! Thank you for helping with the audio.
Goodbye.
Bye! So yeah, this is the Lictor. As you can see, he looks just like the box art. Super close, actually. Where are my fucking snips? Oh, shit. I don't know what I did with them. Oh, no. Wait, where are they? What the? There they are. We found them. We found my dusty snippers. Oh, he looks pretty simple.
Alright, I'm agreeing with the one guy in your chat.
Yeah? What are you agreeing with, buddy? That it sounds worse with the filter off?
Your chat is fucking enormous.
Okay, man. Fucking relax, little bitch.
Dude, it's so big. Wait, what is this fucking... What's that box?
It's the background.
Oh, shit.
I can only see my stream on my phone right now, so I can't tell how big it is.
I got you, bro.
Thanks, bitch. I almost called you something I shouldn't have.
What was that supposed to mean?
I was gonna call you a word that begins with C.
Connor?
Yeah, Connor. You see, we can build them a few different ways, actually. Okay, here we go. It'll... The fucking glare, because this is such shiny material. We have the blue build, and the green build, and the pink build. We'll zoom in slightly. Slightly. There we go. So he has the blue one, he's standing tall. The pink one, he's crouched low. And the green one, he's kind of compact with his, like, with his claws kind of tucked in. Which one do we want? The pink is dynamic. That is pretty cool. I am kind of vibing with the pink pose. We'll probably go with pink. We'll probably go with pink. I'm thinking that's the one that we want to do. So, it looks like all of them maybe start building the same way. Let's find out. They don't. I'm not gonna give y'all a whole, the pose can't be changed after it's done. No, this shit is glued together. These pieces aren't ever fucking moving ever again. I won't show you guys, like, a super good view of the instructions every time. We're just following them. It looks like we're assembling the feet in different ways, then the tail, and then we combine all the two legs and the tail together to get the bottom half of the torso. And then we do the top half of the torso. It looks like he might have a couple ball sockets that his head rests on. Correct. And not his head, it's his kind of... I don't know. Well, let's get started, honestly. Do you paint first or assemble first? Painting it on sprue is kind of an insane thing to do, I'll say that. This is his base. We don't need this yet. So for those of you guys who've never assembled Warhammer before, I don't know how well it's gonna show. It's not gonna show up on camera. They're minuscule. Each little piece has numbers next to it that are on these little tabs, and each number just corresponds to a different piece. You just follow the instructions to assemble it. So, like, for example, the right leg is built of pieces 6, 9, 8, and 10. We'll be using this glue, Tamiya extra thin cement, plastic cement, goated glue. It smells really whack. We can see the numbers when you hold it at the right angle. Okay. It really is like Dumpla? Yeah, it's exactly like Dumpla. But how does it taste? Do not drink plastic cement. It can actually hurt you in bad ways. So yeah, we'll just start. So like I said, the assembly has a start with the 6. It's this piece here is 6. So you just take your little snippers, you snip the piece off. You want to be semi-careful. My snippers are kind of dull, but you just snip it off the sprue. It has little connector points that are really tiny, and then you have the little piece. And usually what you do is you take your X-Acto, the sharper the better, and you just shear off any of the mold connecting points that are still there. So there's still a little piece, and we'll just fucking shave it off. It'll be really hard to see on camera because it's like a minuscule piece. But it's just typical, just cleaning up, because it'll show up really obvious once we paint it. It's just an obvious part. So you just shave off the teeny little pieces. Sometimes you rub the blade against it. It makes a kind of abrasive noise. But yeah, that's the first piece. There it is. We only need about 100 more and we're assembled. I need 9. Where the fuck is he at? Where is 9? Oh no. That's the part that also sometimes you get lost in the sauce. It's hard to find all the pieces sometimes. I found 8, and I know we need 8, so we'll get him first. Has Connor ever built models? No. League of Legends with hand cam instead of game capture? Oh god. Oh god. So there's part 8, everybody. There's 8. Don't drop them, because you're never finding that shit again. What do you like about this character that you chose him? The new Tyranid range is super, super good. They got a bunch of new models. And the Lictor is a classic Tyranid. So that's 8. If we're following the instructions, we take his little footsie here, and 8 goes... Is this the right footsie? This seems like the wrong one. It is the wrong one. That's 12. This is 6. Reese, can you join a Discord call and put it on speaker while we play League Content Goldmine? That's a great idea. So now we have 6. His action, it was his right leg, my left, and that's why I was confused. But now we have 6. Well, let's clean it up again. The cleaning up is a bit tedious, but it's really a step that you don't want to skip, because the little sprue pieces that are still stuck on there are super, super, super obvious once you paint it. Because they're raised and have a sharp angle on them. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to cut them off and shave them down just a little. There we go. So this is 6. Enjoy your nap. Tea time. Do you need sandpaper? That helps sometimes, a really fine grit sandpaper. So we just take our glue, it's got a little brush applicator, and we just connect 6 to 8 in the way that it says. So this is the other half of his foot. So we're just gonna connect them. Almost dropped it off my desk, was never gonna see that ever again if that happened. It would have gotten lost in the sauce. It connects like this. It has a little peg. I know you guys can't really see it. It has a little peg on it, and it fits. And now he has a whole foot. It's a cloven hoof, if you guys can make that out. I'll zoom just a smidge more. Yeah. So now he has a whole foot. There it is. And he has 9 and 10 also. Great. And these pieces are also minuscule. Oh, here's 9. I found it. Okay, guys, here you go. Here's a 9. Oh, he slid off. Here's piece 9, everyone. It's like a dew claw. He has 2 little dew claws, and 9 is the outside dew claw on the outside of him. It's got a little ball socket on the side. You guys won't be able to see it. Again, the assembly process starts really small, so you guys, it's going to be really hard to capture a lot of it. But now he has a little dew claw on the side of his little leg there that you can see. And this glue sets really fast. So after just a few minutes, the pieces, it like welds them together like chemically. It melts the 2 pieces to join them. And now we need 10, which looks just like 9, but it goes on the inside of the leg instead of the out. Tamiya Cement OP, absolutely. Every miniature assembler I've ever watched or spoken to uses it. No other mini stuff is ever good. It's the thinnest plastic cement that you get really good volume for and really good bonds with. You use similar stuff for PVC pipes? Huh? Tanner, what are you talking about? When you come in my chat, Tanner, can you make a little bit of sense, please? Just a little. Okay. Oh my god, guys. We made so much progress. Now we have a whole leg and foot. That's huge. Holy shit. We're like 10% of the way done already. This is crazy. Okay, now we just do the same thing. We have 12 already. We need 10, 9 again, and 13. So we're just going to start with 13. That's the other half of his little hoof. They're bugs. Tyranids are bugs, but most of them have hooves, which is a very interesting shape for a bug to have as its foot. Hive tyrants have hooves. I think even termagants have hooves. Down to the smallest bioforms that are like bipedal, they have hooves. Yeah. Optimal foot. Maybe there is something about the hoof as a shape that is optimal for evolution. Because Tyranids are hyper-evolved to propagate. So, like, they wouldn't have a thing on them that is, like, inefficient. Or suboptimal. There we go. So now, I had to get that really close to my face to make that happen. Now he has his other hoof assembled. Now we just have to get the 2 dew claws, 9 and 10 once again. I usually cut out multiple pieces at once, but because these pieces are so tiny and they're so similar looking, I don't want to. So this is 9 for the record. And on this foot, 9 is the inside, not the outside, because 9 is right facing. So depending on the leg, it'll change. And then we'll go and get 10. I promise, guys, this will become easier to see once we're not working with the smallest parts on the miniature. Usually the way they work is they start small and they become big. So we got 10. But if it's hard to see, that's because it is. It's really small, even for me, in person, with my eyeballs. I'm glad the lighting is good. I was slightly worried about that, but it actually seems pretty good. The lighting. Come on. Tweezers help with small parts? Yeah, but I find that I drop stuff with tweezers. Maybe that's just me, but like I tend to put too much pressure when I hold stuff with tweezers and I fucking send it launching and then that shit's gone. Forever. Come on. Come on, 10. You got it, buddy. We're almost there. Sometimes I'll like take the edge of my knife and like nudge it because the piece is so small that my fingers apply too much pressure. Like it again, you guys aren't going to be able to see. Well, holy shit. Oh, and now it's focusing on the print. Get out of here. Focus on this, please, camera. The 9 and 10 have a little ball socket that they sit into the piece with, and so I really got to get them at the right angle for them to sit in there. But it's really hard. Sometimes I just use a little bit of extra glue to lube it up a little bit more, and then I just kind of look at it from the front and position it the way that it needs to be. That looks just about right. And then it stuck to my finger and came out. So now I gotta put it back. Oh god. There. Oh, there. Come on, camera. Autofocus. We don't need to be this big anymore. But there. There we are. For reference, I have to turn around, put your hand behind it. I mean, yes, but also then it'll focus on my skin and not the thing. There. He has two assembled legs. Now we're assembling his tail and lower torso. So that starts with piece number 1. You usually don't get a nice snap like that when you're clipping, but my snips are dull. I need to buy new ones. My little hobby clippers. Whenever you snip a piece off, you just want to kind of look at it. Again, it'll be hard for the camera to pick up unless I'm really close. You see that white bit here? That bit of flash that's kind of left over from the snip? That's what cleaning up is for. I just want to cut that bit off so that it's smooth. Sometimes you'll take the back of the knife. See, and isn't that looking a lot less white? It's more gray now. You don't use sandpaper? Sandpaper doesn't work fast enough. And also, it's big hunks of plastic. Sandpaper would take forever. What happens if you don't clean it? It looks ugly. It looks really ugly if you don't clean it. it becomes obvious. Like this bit here, that's on top. You see it right in the middle? That is going to be super obvious when it's painted, because the colors will catch and the pigments will catch on the harsh angle, the sharp angle. So it will just be bumpy, yeah. Well, because like it's a very organic shape, right? And you don't want a really sharp angle. It just doesn't happen. So you just want to make sure to cut it off. It helps if you have sharper nibbers or snips or clippers, whatever you'd like to call them. I know I'm getting off camera. I have to get this shit close to my face sometimes to help see it. And we'll zoom back out just a touch. But yeah, and then you just kind of run your finger along it to make sure that it's mostly smooth. It doesn't have to be completely gray or flush, just that it isn't as bad as it was. There's another bad spot here. Just try to get all the little plastic shavings. Run the back of the knife over it to disconnect any little pieces. And again, you really want a brand new hobby knife for a lot of this, because a dull knife will slip and then you'll hurt yourself, which is bad, generally speaking. Alrighty, so we have one, all nice and clean. Now, it wants us to get 2 3s. Oh god. I see 1 3. Oh, I see 2 3. One. And 2. So there are the 3s, everyone. Those little tiny dots. There are the 2 3s. These appear to go on the upper portion. They go in these sockets. Oh god. There are these sockets right here on each side. They go in those. So, yep. Can you sharpen the knife or is it ruined? It's not worth sharpening an X-Acto knife. The heads are replaceable. You can buy like 100 heads for like $5. So yeah, just buy heads. The whole thing about X-Acto knives is you unscrew the top and the head comes out. So you just replace the head. You can buy a zillion of these heads. It's not like a kitchen knife, no, at all. But now I won't get it. There it goes. It wasn't tightening. But you do want to make sure that it's tight, because you don't want it to slip, because these knives are super duper sharp. Like super duper. Apply some glue. This is a really tiny piece, so I want to make sure that I have good application so that it's bonded all the way around. Is there any cleaning I needed to do up on these? Just a little bit. Just a little. Teeny tiny piece of flash. Remember guys, always cut towards yourself with a sharp knife. It's generally known to be a good idea. Come on. This one has it on an awkward place. It's right on the edge of the claw here. So I really want to make sure I get it, because that'll be super, super obvious. Again, this is the most tedious, most boring part, is the cleaning. I like the assembling, but I don't like the cleaning. But it's a step that you cannot skip, because it'll be super obvious if you skip it, and everyone will make fun of you for having mold lines and flash on your models, and it looks super ugly. So the way these 3s go on, I believe, they just kind of go into the socket like that. Like that. There, see? And now he has like a little claws on his abdomen there. And then we need 2, wherever that is. They generally group them in proximity, right? So, so 1 was in here. So if I'm looking for 2, the best place to start looking first is near here. That isn't always the case, but they do try to group them near each other. Just cut all of them out and put them in a big pile. I have seen people do that, and it is a disaster. It is a disaster. I have seen something cool. Someone asked earlier if you paint them on the sprue. I've seen someone paint like a Space Marine on a sprue, and like a Space Marine character will only come in like half of these, so it'll be like this big of a sprue, like that much, and they'll paint the whole thing up on the sprue and then frame it as like a cool art piece, which is actually cool. But there's no other reason to paint it on the sprue. It just, because you have to cut away at it, you know? Painting it on the sprue is a bad decision in every other way. So again, 1 was here. I'm looking around for 2. This is 2. They put it right next to it. This guy right here, this weird little thing. It's hard to see on camera, I know. So this guy is 2. It's the top of his tail. I think it's like the tip. That one was a really close cut. There isn't a lot of cleaning that I have to do on that, actually. We'll just kind of scrape away at it just a touch to try to smoothen out the flash. But other than that, it was pretty chill. So we take our tail. If you can see, the top of it is flat because it's missing that piece. We're putting that piece on now. The flat layout is called the sprue. It's S-P-R-U-E. But yes, this is a plastic sprue that has all the pieces on it. Get your glue. This is a nice flat shape, so it's going to lay completely flat and stay on. A lot of them are really smartly designed. Like this has holes on the bottom that it fits into to guide it into the right position. And there we have it. His tail is assembled. And now we're really getting somewhere. Now this is about to be epic. We have one more step, and then we're very quickly going to have a model. I'm looking for 4. And 4 is right next to 2. 4 is his waist that his torso will end up eventually slotting into. And I really want to make sure I have this on the right way, because it looks like there's a specific way that this goes. And it kind of looks like it has... Oh, good lord. Like this? Yup, just like that. Okay. So it's gonna go on... It has little ball sockets you guys are not going to be able to see that this slots into to make sure it's sitting right. I'm noticing that I did a really shitty job cleaning this piece up, so we're just going to go back real quick. You can cut away at the model just a little bit, but you want to be careful to not cut away too much. And if you do cut into it, make sure just to smooth it out. Okay, and now's a big step, guys. We're putting the legs on. Big step. One leg. And it should slot in a very obvious way. Again, these are super smartly designed. I don't have to fuss with it at all. The socket is designed to only accept the leg flush at a very specific angle. So you just kind of fiddle with it until it goes in to the right way. Come on, push. Push. Here? It's looking almost right. Sometimes it helps to put him flat, to have his feet laying flat, to see if it's the right way. Because this leg is giving me trouble. It's not wanting to sit the way I want it to. Which means more glue. I'm not really liking the camera angle. I feel like I'm pulling it... Well, no, what I need to do is stop the instinct to put it close to my face is what I need to do. No shot its leg is that far back, really? Oh, wait. I just felt it. I just felt it snap into place. Is it? Yeah, it's at an angle. Because I think its back leg is up on a rock. Yeah. Okay. I didn't like that, focusing on the instructions. We now have a bottom torso. Yo. If the camera was angled to be pointing more towards me, would that help? Maybe. But I'm not sure how much I could get of that. Ooh. We'll lock it in right there, and we'll test that now. Okay. So now we're starting on his chest cavity. Oh. It's giving me some scary instructions. It's saying, hey man, be careful. If you assemble it this way and this way, they're backwards. Oh, it's glare. There we go. They're like some weird ball sockets that go in each half of this, and I gotta make sure I put them in the right way, or else it's gonna screw me over later. So I'm taking parts 17 and 20. This looks like 20. Also, because I have my chat up on my phone, I ain't gonna see donations or anything probably. I might see subs in chat. Maybe. Because OBS is behind me on my computer, so good luck. Well, there's the ball socket. And then I needed 17. This is 17. Come on. Yippee! He freaking hates us? No, Tanner, I just hate you. I would never mean that, though. I love Tanner. Tanner's the only one who truly understands me. Everyone else lives a life of hedonism except for me and him. Reese hates me, though? That's true. That is true. Scared of the X-Acto knife? I mean, you can fucking press your finger up into it, you just don't slice. It's fine. And if I cut myself, I got band-aids. Turns out knives only cut you if you cut. If they just press on you, then they don't cut at all, actually. There's an awkward piece of flash. Okay, well there's 17 and 20. I gotta really make sure this connects the right way and that I have it the right orientation. It wants it this way, and then this thing has these ball socket thingies, but they connect in a really specific way that I have to make sure I'm emulating. And I'm not sure if I am even. The thing that you really want to do also, especially when you're unsure, Ben, thanks for gifting Ellie Dop, is dry fitting. So like the instructions will show me how this piece is supposed to go in, and I want to make sure that I put it in there and make sure that, oh, is this the way it wants it? Maybe? But also, maybe not. You really don't know. Until sometimes it'll suddenly click and you'll go, oh, it was this way. This is the way it wanted it. I think it's like, oh my god. These instructions are scary. It has a cavity that it's supposed to be going into. Oop. Testing if it fits? Yeah, you always want to test before you glue. The glue doesn't set instantly, but you always want to make sure you know what you're doing with it before you start trying to glue that ish in. I'm not fully understanding the way it wants this to go. Is it like this? Is it like this? It's showing a diagram of the piece like this. And it had the ball joint of this shoulder fits into here, but I'm not sure exactly how. I don't think it's like this. Is it like, actually maybe it is. Is it like this? No, because it doesn't have that nub. Is it like this? Is it like this? Is it like this? Is it like... Is it like this? Ooh! We had an epiphany. This long piece, I think, comes out so it sticks outside. Like this! Mm-hmm. Okay. This isn't going to pick up on camera because it's so tiny. It's its shoulder. There's this piece right here. Oh god. That comes out. So the whole thing goes like out and in. Okay. Again, that's why dry fitting is important, because now that I have the piece the way it's supposed to go, it's super obvious, especially if you look in there, that the piece is completely flush and it comes right out. Like if I... Uh-oh, that almost fell and I was never seeing it again. Okay, we'll just glue it. Again, it's really hard to see on camera, I know. I'd apologize, but that would mean that I'm doing something wrong. You're just not going to be able to pick this shit up on camera. The painting, when everything's done, you'll be able to pick up because it's a big finished model. But yeah, okay, so that's half of that. Now I just have to emulate it, and it'll go way faster because I know the way that the thing is supposed to go. So I need 18, and I need 30. Yeah, I've never assembled a Gunpla or anything, but I know that this is basically the same thing. I do know that that Gunpla can actually, as far as I'm aware, I might be an idiot, Gunpla can be assembled without glue, is my understanding of Gunpla. So these you can't. There are technically some Warhammer models called push fit that you can do without glue. The vast majority of Warhammer kits, both Age of Sigmar and 40k and Horus Heresy, require glue because it's just not going to happen otherwise. Even though I know the way this piece is supposed to go, I'm going to dry fit it anyway. Yup, fits perfect. Modern Gunpla kits are crazy. The engineering, even on these Warhammer kits, I know they require glue, but the way everything fits together is just crazy. Come on. There we go. And I'm pushing them together real good. And now we're about to have a torso. This is about to be goated. Now we glue the two pieces that we have together. Just kind of coat the edges in glue. It can get all over you, the glue. It can get all over your fingers. It doesn't really matter. It literally only glues cement. I mean, plastic. It doesn't work on skin. It doesn't work on anything else. That doesn't mean it's not toxic for you to ingest or anything, but you can get it all over you and it won't matter. Oh my god, we have a whole abdomen. And now we put the front on the abdomen, his sternum, his bug sternum. Any yucky cleanup? Yup. Just a little bit of flash on here. Any more? Kinda. Again, this is why you want a sharp knife, because if you have to start forcing the knife to cut, it's going to be bad. It's going to slip and you're going to hurt yourself. But this knife, I literally bought it today, and it just requires just a teeny tiny bit of pressure behind the knife with my thumb, and it'll cut. So I don't have to worry about it. Careful, trust me, I've done this before. And I have band-aids, so what about it? This piece fits in the center here. Do I have it upside down? I might just. But I don't think so, actually. I think it fits in here. Oh, I see why it's not fitting. Because I missed a spot for cleanup. That's the other reason you want to clean up. Because the pieces fit together assuming you've done it. Like this piece wouldn't sit flush because there was a piece of sprue that hadn't been cut off. Right? Am I stupid? I don't think so. It definitely goes in here. Like definitely. There it is. Okay. You just got to get the right angle. And we just flood it with glue. The glue won't flood any details or anything either, because if there's no plastic to plastic connection, it's not gonna do anything. So you can just fucking spread it all over to make sure that you get it in the right spots. Only plastic connection will have it actually do anything. There's a little gap, so we're just gonna put a bit of extra glue in there. And wow. It's the melting type? Yeah. So now we have a whole chest cavity now. And now, big part is coming up. Really big part. This is a cool piece, this 14. Here's 14. It's like a metal sheet that he's going to be standing on. One of his feetsies sits on it. So that'll sit on the base. Okay, well, big step. We're putting the pieces together. Again, want to make sure you use a lot of glue. That every surface that's going to be plastic on plastic has glue, because you really want to make sure that they stay together. I've never had a model fall apart without me actually dropping it. So, yeah. But here he is. He's just missing arms and a head. We suddenly are working with a lot of stuff here. And then his foot on the back step here glues in via that peg. That's going to be an interesting join to try to get. Who knows if I'll be able to actually get this on the first try. His foot has a small peg on it, and that peg goes into a piece on that. Okay, we got it. Now I'm just going to hold them together. The join happens super fast as long as you don't fuss with it. I think I fussed with it though by setting it down. We'll put more glue. Sometimes it helps to apply glue on both pieces as well, so we'll do that. Come on, buddy. There it is. Again, these are super, super, super smartly machined. The way that this foot goes into the hole on the piece of terrain is incredibly, incredibly specific. So you can feel it when you press them together when it snaps into place. But I think I might actually have to hold these together for a second because it's a really small connection point and gravity keeps pulling them apart when I let go. So we're just going to hold them for a minute. But after we hold it enough, the two pieces literally become one piece because it melts them together. So it'll be fine once I hold it. This is going well though. I am happy. There we go. So now he can almost stand. It keeps falling off. You know what? There might be a better idea for this. It's not telling me to do it, but I think I'm going to take some creative... No, I can't take creative liberties. I was going to glue this to the base before gluing it to his foot, but I think I don't want to do that, actually. I might actually skip this step and come back to it once he's fully assembled. There's no reason to put this on here at this point. I don't know why they have this step at this early in the process. Because it's going to have to sit on the base. Or I will just let this dry with him upside down over there, and I'll start assembling it. I'll start skipping to the next bits. Not even skipping, we're in order. Yeah, I don't have to fuss with that big piece anymore, because we're doing the big pincer guys now, which don't connect to the body until they're fully assembled. So I'll just let that do that. When do you paint it? You assemble it completely? Yes. You can do sub-assemblies if, like, they're different pieces. Like, let's say it's a Space Marine, like one of these. So, like, let's say it's this guy, but instead of having this nice open pose, he had his gun in front of his chest. The gun completely obscures the chest detail, so maybe you don't want to glue that on until you paint them. So you paint them separately and then glue them together after. But this guy has a nice, open, kind of organic pose, so he's not going to have anything covering other pieces. So, yep. Onwards to victory. We have 22, 25, and 21. I think one of these pieces is really large. Yep. That is 22. I believe this model was completely funded by Andy. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it was. I hope it's cool, Andy, if you're still here, to see the model coming to life through human ingenuity. These are not big focal points in the model, so I want to make sure that I clean these up well. That's 22. Now we're looking for 25. What's funnier than 24, guys? 25. Where the fuck is 25? Uh-oh. Oh, found it. 69? Oh, you think you're really funny, Cactus. You think you're really freaking funny, huh? 420? Oh, Andy's funny too. We got a couple of jokesters. Looking for 21. The thing that I've always noticed that's fun about the Tyranid designs, and it's a really Tyranid thing, for any of you Dragon Ball fans out there, you know how, like, Piccolo and the other Namekians have, like, they have green skin, right? But then, like, pieces of their arm and things have, like, that orange, like, circle, like, ribbed piece. Tyranids have that too. So, like, their arms have, like, a weird, like, ribbed portion. It's very iconic for Tyranids to have those kinds of things. This? Oh, this is an interesting... Oh. Oh, Lord. Oh, good Lord. This is a complicated join. Here? Here? Did these pieces go together first, maybe? This is a complicated one. This is 21, which is, I think this is on the outside. Or maybe on the underneath bit? Like this, yup. And then this piece connects to this one. But how? Here? This way, perhaps? Or is it this way? Oh, that's feeling not right. Oh, God. How? How do you go together? I can almost see it, but I can't. This way? No shot. This way. Is that a shot? Is there a shot for this one? What about... Ooh, ooh. That looks almost right. Ooh, that looks right. We figured it out. Again, these pieces are minuscule. I'm sorry that you basically are seeing me press my fingers together, but that's just how it's gonna be. Son of a gun. And now that I dropped it, I'm not gonna be able to find the right configuration, am I? Oh no, I found it again instantly. Yup. That is correct. Now this piece connects to these. So it has this orientation. And in this way. And it rests on top. Yep. That was easier. You should wear the lenses that the one guy in Toy Story 2 had. Some people do wear magnifying glasses, for lack of a better term for them. But I don't really need them. I just bring them close to my face. I know that's bad for y'all, because now it takes it out of frame. But the assembly isn't really the part that's interesting. But now look. Now we're just missing the top half of the pincer. We're just missing the claw part. Wow. $28? I think that's a giant piece. Or not 28, 23. Yep, so maybe the most striking part of the Lictor, like the big pincer. The big pincer pieces. Yep. I hate that this is influencing you. Why? You want to start doing Warhammer? It's really relaxing. Even streaming this, I'm like very chill, I'm very zen. There's a very relaxing thing to just be assembling these. And just, you know, at the end I'll have a nice completed toy. Dia, thanks for 5 gifted. I want to build one of the big knights. The knights are one of the things that I really want one day. That would be a multi-stream assembly. Not just paint job, that would be a multi-stream assembly. The knights are giant. The new, like, Cerastus Knight Lancer, if you guys are curious, look that up. Warhammer 40k, Cerastus Knight Lancer. That model is gigantic, and it looks awesome. Now I need 28. Doko. 28. Found ya. Remember, guys, if you were just gifted a sub and haven't been a sub before, there's a sub-only Discord that you can join. And you just connect your Discord to your Twitch via the integration settings in Discord. It's a fun place. I'm in there a lot. We talk about random shit. Gunpla, I do think, would be a better place to start than Warhammer. I think it has a much lower barrier to entry. You don't have to paint them if you don't want to. You don't need any glue. All you need is snippers and a kit. And that's kind of it. We shame Reese for not knowing who Teto is. Guys, I got into Weeaboo a bit late, alright? I wasn't a Weeaboo until I was like 16. So like, that shit all missed me. You don't know Kasane Teto? I didn't, I'm sorry. Does it work if you're someone who's gifted? I believe so. Yes. However, after a week of not having a sub, it boots you. But even if you're gifted, you can be in. And I didn't know Teto's name, but I recognize Teto's song. I've heard that. Another big step here. Another big step. Pincer 1 is complete. Just about. Oh shit. Come on. Little bitch. Little bitch Lictor pincer. Come on, bitch. Fucking sit right. There it is. Now we're just gonna hold it together. Some of us live under rocks. You heard your first Vocaloid song when you were 25? Damn. Do I have an Abaddon kit yet? No, I do not have Abaddon. It's a cool kit though, Abaddon. I'm not a big Abaddon fan. I'll be honest. Abaddon is a jobber. So yeah, there's Pincer 1. This is his right side pincer. So now we basically have to repeat that, and then we have both of them. 31. Yeah, Abaddon's a jobber. I've never been a big Abaddon fan. He just kind of loses. When I was a teenager, I tried making an Uto and got blasted for your accent, making my R's too soft. Well, that sucks. You know, and people really hate soft R's, you know. If you don't say Reese and roll your R's, then you're just kind of failing, you know. Think of getting some Kroot, but I'm still not done with your current minis. Which ones are you currently working on? The new Kroot look awesome, though. I'm also wanting some. I don't like the Tau literally almost at all. I have a couple of battle suits, like commander suits, but I don't really like the Tau. But the Kroot, something about them. Something about them Kroot. What fucking piece am I looking for? 36? Where you at, bro? Oh. There we go. Still working on the Farsight Crisis suit and your Harlequins? Harlequins? Those are hard to paint, because Harlequins got crazy paint jobs. They're cool, though. And Farsight, that's a goated model, Farsight. I've wanted new Farsight for sure. The weeaboo-centric model. A fucking a mech that has a sword and cherry blossoms on the base. It doesn't get more weeaboo coded than that. Got stencils for Harlequins, but it's still tough. Yeah, I believe it would still be tough even with stencils. Checkers are just so difficult to get right. Come on. There we go. Okay, well now for this weird gluing process again, because this was really weird and annoying last time, so I'm sure it'll be weird and annoying again. Dry fit first, Reese. Dry fit first, because I need to fucking figure out how this goes. This way? Maybe the other way? How does the other one look? Oh, we got it. Nice. It's get more weeb if you assimilate a girl. If you assemble a girl Gundam, though. Do Gundams have gender? There we go. And now I need 32. Another piece we really want to clean up. You can see obvious obvious white spots on it. One towards the top there, and then in the similar spot on the bottom, you want to make sure to cut the flash off, because these are, again, a focal point on the model, the big dramatic pincers. So you really want to make sure to cut those down. Frame arms. Frame arm girls are pretty cool. Is that what y'all were talking about earlier in the Discord? The mechs that have girl faces? Okay, now we're here, and then this piece slots in there. Easy peasy. Yeah, I don't have any Figma, I don't have any Gunpla. I have a couple Nendoroids, but my plastic kind of vice is this. I don't really have room in my life for more than this already. 39? I think I saw him earlier. No, that was 29. Uh-oh. There's 39. Just a little bit more. Cool. 39 goes on top. Yuppers. Hard to have enough room for all the plastic? Yeah, well that's why you only want to choose one plastic hobby at a time. You should see my closet with the amount of Warhammer that's in there. Uh-huh. And then we'll let that dry while we cut out 33. We're getting places, y'all. We only have arms and a head left, and then we're done. And the head is going to go fast as shit. It's probably just joining like 3 pieces together. Mog fails, what's up? You did choose one hobby and you're still buried in plastic? I mean, that's how it goes. That's why you only want to choose one. You'll be buried no matter what, but the size of the pile, it depends on how many hobbies you have. And then this guy sits on there like that. Your hobby is crafting in general? You have so much stuff? Yeah, my mom used to craft a lot. And she had like a whole like craft room just full of stuff. Alrighty, well there's pincer number 2. And now we are going back to our man here, because we're putting the pincers on. Actually, never mind. It wants me to do something else first. It wants me to take 40 first. Oh, this is a cool piece. Come on, snip. There we go. Fucking dull-ass snippers. This is like his chitin collar that goes around his neck and shoulders. Sometimes you want to snip away. It'll be hard to see. But there's a piece of sprue, like a really large piece right here that my knife is running up against, that I left on there on purpose because I didn't want to cut super close to this because it was in a really awkward place. But now that the piece is free, it's easier for me to get in there and cut. Sometimes you want to take your snippers and go back in, and sometimes you just want to take your knife. But the snippers are working okay there, and now we'll just clean it up, finish the cut with the knife. Big piece of sprue, but it was in a really awkward spot. Gotta get really close to my face, making sure I'm not cutting detail out of the model. Almost. Better to have to clean up than to cut detail off. So it's better to just take your time and make sure run the back of the blade over it. And then same thing on the other side. I know Games Workshop does their best, but sometimes these connection points are in the worst spots. They try to put them in the spots where they'll obscure the least amount of detail, but having them on a curved surface on the inside of a fucking chitin collar is really awkward. But we're making it work. And again, because the shape is organic, if I cut a little chunk out of it or something, we just call that battle damage. It'll just read like you fucking got a chainsaw to the back of his head or something. There's 40. Okay. Oh my god, another big step. Arms. We got some arms on this bitch. The thing that's epic about this kit, his arms are all one piece. I don't have to glue together any fiddly hands or anything. Nemu, thanks for the sub. Look, we got a whole arm. Sometimes you gotta fucking glue the hands onto things, and man, sometimes it's a fucking bitch. Gluing, cause sometimes you'll have two arms that have no hands, and then you'll have a gun. So you have the arms glued onto the torso, but then the gun has to glue onto the arms, but in a very specific angle. So you're trying to push the gun onto the wrists while not dislodging the arms and like bowing them out from the torso. It's a bitch. Space Marines are sometimes a piece of shit to assemble. You never would think so because they're so simple in design, but sometimes they're so annoying. This guy literally just has arms that I'm gluing into his shoulder sockets, and that's it. But trying to glue together three pieces that are only partially glued because you don't want to glue them all together because they have to fit together really carefully, sometimes it's a bitch. But our good friend the Lictor has really nice arms for us. So we have 44. And we need 41. The kit comes with more arms than it needs because it has a few different build configurations. So we have some extra Tyranid arms to do whatever we want with. I could use them for terrain. I could use them like put them on other things as trophies. Who knows? Who knows what I could do with these extra Lictor arms? Like hang them off a dreadnought is like trophies taken. Yo, wait, what's the difference between this and a Neurolictor? Are those just psychers? Yeah, the Neurolictor is like a psycher type. The Lictor is an assassin. The Neurolictor has a big-ass brain, like a giant one, for shooting fucking lightning and stuff. This guy just rips your head off from being invisible. Okay, we got two arms. Let's fucking glue them on. Now that we've let this sit for a while, we're testing. We're testing. The joint on this is not bad. This thing can go invisible. I'm pretty sure Lictors go invisible. They're a stealth unit and an assassin unit in-game. So we take this arm and it goes into this peg. Yes, sir. Just like that. Yeah, the Lictor is for ripping people's heads off from stealth. One arm. Oh my god, I forgot to glue the collar on. We'll do that next. Two. 2 arm. Yup. Actually, he doesn't want the collar on until after the arms and the pincers. How do these go? Oh, good God. Oh, wow, that's really... Again, it's really hard to describe the feeling, but you look at this piece and you think, wow, that's really, really fiddly. There's no way that goes on well. But the peg that this thing goes onto is machined so well, this thing basically snaps into place the exact angle that it's supposed to go. And so once I get glue on here, it'll just stay. You could be a Lictor IRL. I'm not sure you... I mean, you'd be pretty handsome. You could be pretty handsome if you were a Lictor IRL, actually. Lictors are like prime monster fucker territory, I'll say it. They're just humanoid enough to be like, that's a monster fucker guy, you know? Just humanoid enough. I don't think that's the way that one goes. What? You heard me. If you're a monster fucker, I think a Lictor's right up your alley. Never been a fan of chitin? That's alright. More for the other people, I guess. This feels... right. It looks right. Now we take his collar. And this is where putting those things in the right way comes into play, because his collar rests on the balls sockets that doubled as his shoulders. So we really had to make sure those were right, or else this wouldn't sit flush, and it would fuck up the entire build. But now it's just gonna go right in. Easy peasy. And there's a little seam here that I'm just gonna put some extra glue in. Sometimes there are little gaps. You can fill them in by putting extra glue, and if it's a really big gap, you could use what people call sprue goo, which I might end up using. I actually have some here. So this is sprue goo. It's a bottle of plastic cement that was half empty, and I cut up... You cut up pieces of sprue. That's really bad for your snippers, so don't do that. And you take little pieces of sprue and you throw it in there. And over time, it melts all the sprue into a paste, and it acts as a filler and a glue at the same time. So now it's like this thick gray paste. And you can use that as a filler. I'm not really looking like I'm gonna need it, but if it had really bad gaps, then I would. So like green stuff-ish. Green stuff is almost like a... Green stuff is almost like a putty. You can like sculpt with green stuff. You can't sculpt with the sprue glue. It's just a paste. Where did I get that idea? From hobbyists who are much more experienced than me on YouTube. But it's a well-known hack. No, maybe not well-known, but it's a hack that I've seen proliferated amongst really good miniature painters that I suggest. There's liquid green stuff? Oh, I didn't know that. I've never used liquid green stuff. Oh my god, guys, we're done. Like I said, his head is 3 pieces. We put the head on him and glue him onto his base. That's crazy, guys. We have a whole ass Lictor that we didn't an hour ago. I don't know why my audio was double at the start, because I went into my properties and changed my microphone to be the capture card, So I don't know why it was like that. But I'm glad Connor knew how to fix it, because I sure as hell fucking didn't. Like, my other microphone is still counting as plugged in, even though OBS doesn't have it as a source. Alright, I'm out of here, King. Quick reminder, Words of Radiance leatherbound next week. Tanner, unless you're buying that for me, man, I ain't got it. Bonner kinda... Bonner? Is that a Freudian slip there, Firezilla, or what? A Bionicle stream when? They don't make Bionicles anymore, guys. And this is just adult Bionicles, I'll be honest. If you really like Bionicles, you would definitely like this. How much is it? The leatherbound? A lot. And also, I don't want Words of Radiance leatherbound. I don't even have Way of Kings leatherbound. I need... Why would I get book 2 if I don't have book 1? Tanner, you're just gonna leave those to me in your will, and that's how I'll get them, okay? Bionicles definitely goated. I'm not really sure why they didn't last. Like, why did Bionicles die? Did we all just outgrow them and stop buying them until it was too late to realize that that's how things stopped getting made? That was 53, and I need 52. I have a whole extra-ass Lictor head, too. That's cool. Usually you're not left with this many, like, parts left over, but I got a whole lot. Look how many parts are left over on this bitch. Especially on the, we got a whole lot of parts. We got arms, we got a leg, we got 2 halves of a head. You're usually not left with that many parts, but this is a really versatile kit. The thing about the Lictor is I think usually you have more than one in an army, but the box only comes with 1. But the whole thing is because you want to have more than 1, you don't want them all to have the exact same pose, and that's why this thing can be assembled in 3 different ways, so that your army doesn't look uniform. Meanwhile, back in 1980, when the shit was fucking first made, everything was posed the exact same. But with technology advancing and skills in digital sculpting being what they are now, it's a lot easier for them to make kits like this that are this versatile. Now this is annoying. How does this go together? Like this? Like this? Like this? Like that. Okay, well. No time like the present. Come on. Push. Push. Almost. I think that's 1. Oh, there was a piece of sprue I missed that's stopping these from sitting flush. Better. Ninjago was pretty good, or pretty big. Is that true? Amongst children, right? Not amongst, like, people who liked Bionicles. But even Ninjago will die. Bionicles was so cool, man. I have no idea what Ninjago is. It's Legos, but they're specifically ninja Legos. Alrighty guys, piece de resistance. His head is going on. How does his head sit? Does it sit low in this? Like here? There's like a crevice it's sitting in. Like here? Like this? Like that? That's looking right. Then you take your base, use hella glue on the pieces, especially this big flat piece that's going to sit on the base, on the bottom of his foot. And then we firmly press. I'll use the knife on his foot because it's a more precise instrument to press with. And I can get it up under the other pieces. We will firmly press. Nope, knife isn't working. His foot and the terrain down onto the base. Google says Ninjago came out when I was in college. Must have missed it. And just like that, we have a Lictor now. He's all done. He's too big to sit in front of my hand fully now, but there he is. I like that pose. I'm glad we chose that one. Well, now that he's assembled, we have to prime him, which I cannot do on camera. I have to do it outside. I got some new Army Painter primer today. There it is, the Army Painter. We got black primer, and we got white primer. The goal is to prime him all black, and then you spray white over the black at like kind of a 45-degree angle, so that everything, when you look at him from this angle, you can't see him because of the base, but from the bottom is black because it's nice and shadowed, but then everything from this angle, the top, is white, and then everything at a 45-degree angle is gray. And they call that a zenithal prime. It's kind of cheaty underpainting because you get nice light values without doing much work. It's like if the sun, we're going to move my lamp here and move the Lictor. If the sun was directly above him, it would be like the light values of that. Yes. So I'm gonna go out on the patio and put this guy in a fucking cardboard box and spray him. I will be back. Good. You guys just hang out. You guys hang out. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes, I hope. Alrighty, I am back. I am letting the black paint dry. The black paint will dry, and I will then go back and spray him with white. This is a Deathwatch Captain that I painted a while ago. I'm not sure how happy I am with him. I think he's fine, but also, like, I like his base. I think the rocky texture is nice. I like the tufts. I like his silver arm. The metallics turned out pretty good. I'm not super happy with how this black armor turned out. It's funny. It's too black. It's too black. Like, you can't see a lot of details unless you have a light shining on him like that. It's very flat. Yeah, that's the problem. But painting black is hard, because if you highlight it up, then it stops looking black and it starts looking gray or blue. But I'm pretty happy with him otherwise. He's okay. Especially, like, you know, you just have him standing there, like, he looks okay. He looks okay. He's okay. Can you brush a faint highlight? Oh, you definitely can, and I did, but I don't think I went bright enough. It's not going to show up on camera, probably, especially because of the fucking shadow. But he has a gray dry brush over all of his black parts, but it's still just too black still. But he's okay. He's okay. He just hangs out, you know? He does his best. What else do I got over here that I can show while that's drying? Oh! I know. We will put the Lictor bits back into the Lictor box. For now. Okay guys, here we go. Here's the paint set, everyone. It's there's a lot of paint in here, guys. Yeah. I won't open it. It's too big to open up on the desk and still have this be cohesive. But I'll open it over here on my bed and then bring some out. Come on. Ow. Ow! That was rude. It comes with some medium, which is nice. You can mix this in to the paints to thin them out more. And the other part that's fun, it came with a few paint brushes. The cap came off this one. I got a few paint brushes here. We got an Army Painter. This is a base coating brush, so this is a bigger brush, though honestly you could probably use this for everything. We got an Army Painter Monster brush. This is advertised as being for something big. You could definitely use this to paint anything that you wanted to. And this is presumably a detail brush, precise detail. This brush, you know how like SpongeBob puts a paintbrush in his nose and pulls out a single nose hair? Like, this brush is minuscule. You won't be using this brush for much unless you're like a fucking competition painter highlighting teeny tiny things. We'll probably go with this one. There are some paints, specific paints that I need We found one of them right away. We're going to be painting Mr. Lictor like the box art, which is High Fleet Leviathan. They have a kind of pale white skin, pink kind of musculature, and then purple chitin. And the purple we'll probably end up using is this purple swarm. Purple swarm. So that'll be our purple. Whoever's going to bed, good night. But you're a coward. You're missing the painting part. And where's another color? Where's like that pink? What's this color? Oh, we got Princess Pink. That might be a good one. I'm looking for a tan or like a pale bone color. What's this? This is called Goddess Glow. I don't really know. It says it's a light purplish red. That's a contender for something we use in there. Or, what's this? Purple Alchemy. That's another contender. But I am still looking for that bone color. There's one in here somewhere. What's this? Rigor Mortis? No. Or a red. I'm looking for a strong red as well. No. What about you? No. What about you? Pastel salmon? That might be a good highlight color for the kind of inner pink bits. That's another contender. I know there's a red in here somewhere. Oh, well, here's the bone color. We found it. Ow. Pallid bone. We found the bone color. Pallid bone. Epic. Now, where's the reds that I'm looking for? Oh, there it is. Poppy red? Okay, it's coming up on... It looks a bit orange on the label, but it's not going to be orange. What other reds we got in here? Ah, there's one that I was looking for. This is the other red I was looking for. This is blood red. So those are probably the colors that we'll need for the most part. I'm gonna go spray him white now. I'll be back again. Enjoy hanging out by yourselves. Be good. And we are live. Back at it again with a Tyrannid Lictor. Okay. Gotta crawl under this cord that's stretching across my room because it's not long enough. Oops. Okay. What's going on, Scatter? He's back. Hide the glue. Please don't eat the glue. I did a pretty good job of not getting my hands all covered in primer, actually. He's still slightly wet. But you can see he now looks way different. He has a nice light value. That's what the underpainting is for. You can see if we put him here at this angle, he's dark. But then at this angle, he's nice and bright. And because these paints are slightly transparent, these paints, that kind of light value that we added will shine through. I'm adjusting my lights. They're casting weird shadows. Oh. Oh? Okay, they're just gonna cast a little bit of a shadow. Wait. I'll turn my overhead light on. That's a neat trick. Okay, that did nothing. That did actually nothing because these lamps that I'm using are so strong, it did literally nothing. Okay. I don't want to handle him too much because, again, he's still kind of wet. But, yeah, again, from here you can see he's kind of gray and dark. And gray in some spots and straight up black in other spots. But then he's brilliant white from up top. Yeah. Before I forget, we screw our glue lid back on, and we'll set him away. He can go over there now. I'll scooch a little bit closer to my desk, as close as I can get. We're just gonna fucking start. He is dry enough. Primer dries really, really fast. We will group our paints together. This is our nice little water cup here. We got our little palette. Palettes are important, for sure. You don't have to have like a little fucking kitty palette with the whole like, oh, it has the different wells. You can use ceramic tile. You could use something like, even something like this that the paint came in, this plastic basin. You just need something not absorbent and something that won't allow the paint to kind of flow all over the place. Your primer clogs your airbrush constantly? Yeah, I have an airbrush. I never use it because it clogs every single 1 millisecond. Looking at him, we'll probably just start with the skin and work out. We're gonna have our box art around for reference. Oops. It'll hang out so I can look at it. And we'll just fucking get started on this bitch. I haven't used these paints before, obviously. They have nice, these paints are super high quality. They have like they have mixing bowls already in them, which is so nice, actually. So I don't know exactly what the true color values of these are. I just have to take them at their word that this pallid bone color is what it's gonna think. Prevent it from drying. Yeah, and just helping mixing it up. So obviously on this palette, this looks super, super dark. It won't be that dark. Just a few drops we'll start with on the palette. And you know what? The thing about painting, a lot of people just say, just be brave. Just be brave when you paint. Got a scrap paper for swatching? I mean, here's my scrap paper, guys. You just put that shit on you. I'm really pale, so it works out. That's looking a bit brown. A bit brown. I kind of need it to be paler than that. It's on camera. It's I mean, you can even tell on camera. It's a bit brown. It'll dry less brown, but we'll see if we can't find a paler color that's got more white. Peachy flesh, huh? I'm not sure if peachy flesh is what we're looking for. Holy white? We could try mixing. We could try mixing it. So we got our white here, but he's not white. If you look at the box art, it's like got a pinkish, ooh, the glare, a pinkish hue. So it's white with a pink tint. Using hands and like your thumb and your thumbnail and stuff is really common. So don't think I'm a few drops of the white. It looks far darker on the palette than it actually is. And then maybe we'll mix in like Princess Pink. Didn't shake it. I just opened up this box of paints, guys, so I gotta make sure I'm mixing everything. And we'll do a bit less pink than we did of the white. Mix, 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 mix. So it's nice and uniform. That's actually kind of looking like what we want. Not gonna lie. I forgot to get myself a paper towel for drying my brush off. Uh-oh. Gotta go get one. Son of a gun. I knew I was forgetting something. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay. Now we're ready to go. I'll zoom in just a smidge. Yeah, we'll say that's good. Try to scooch my damn chair in. How's this looking on me? It's actually looking like what we want. Again, you guys, it kind of shows up actually. It's kind of a pink gray. So, onwards then. You just pick a spot. Let's pick a spot and just fucking start going. So we know where his chitin is. We know where his skin is. And you just fucking take your paint and just start painting this bitch. Because that's the only way he's going to get painted. You can't be too afraid to put paint to model. And if I end up thinking this color isn't good, then guess what? Just paint over that shit. The paint is so thin and the layers are so thin that it's really not super duper important to make sure you don't make any mistakes. It's just paint. You can just paint right over it if you don't like it. Though it's kind of looking okay. It might be a bit too pink though. Maybe do more white added before. It's not looking terrible though. And honestly, if it's a bit pink, maybe that's just what our Leviathan looks like. Maybe our High Fleet Leviathan just looks a little bit more pink than normal. And also, again, once a paint dries, it tends to dry less saturated. So maybe it looks a bit whack right now, but maybe once it dries, it'll look less whack. But I want to add a little white. Actually, here's a good idea. Don't try this at home, kids. We're about to mix matte white paint into this bitch to brighten it up. Is this gonna come out, or is it stuck? This paint hasn't been opened in like 8 months, so it might be very old. There it goes. Just a dollop of white. Pure acrylic white. Mix, 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 mix. Maybe a little more. Because I'm using speed paints and I just mixed an actual true acrylic paint in, it's gonna mess slightly with the paint's properties. That brightened it up though, a little bit. How's that looking on me? That's okay, see, I can already see the difference on myself. It'll be hard maybe to come up on camera. The middle one is what we were using. The one on the bottom is the new shade. And it's really shiny because it's wet. But you can tell that it's cooler than the other one. It's not as purple. It's a more cool color now. So I'm happy with that. So I think we'll start rolling with that instead. And again, because it's just paint, I'm just going to paint over what we already did. It's not a big deal at all. Just paint over it. You have to do usually a couple coats of paint anyway to completely cover an area. So it's really not a big deal to have to paint over something. But also don't fuss with the wet paint too much because you can peel it. So once you finish an area, just let it sit until it dries and then you can go over it again. I am liking this better though. The difference is subtle, but it's there. But it is there, and that is important. Our miniatures are very small, so subtlety is still a big thing for them. And we're just going fast and loose with this. I'm not trying to be incredibly accurate. I'm not trying to be super clean, because again, it's literally paint. Anything that we want to change, just paint over it with a different color. It's really that easy, guys. Just be brave. Just be brave. Start putting color on your model. I think I might zoom slightly more. I'm trying not to obscure the view too bad with my hands. But sometimes I gotta get in this guy's armpit and it's kind of hard to show. And definitely don't be afraid to load your brush up with paint. You don't want it to be, you know, like fucking full, but don't be afraid to have a lot of paint on that brush. Because if you have almost no paint, nothing's gonna happen when you put brush to model. Doing the underneath of his forearm here, that's an awkward angle that you're not gonna be able to see, because I can barely see it. And the palm of his hand, another awkward angle that you guys won't be able to see, because again, I can barely see it. Is it super important to cover completely the palm of his hand on the underside of his hand? No. Most people won't see it, so am I really worrying too much about what's going on in there? No. I'm not. I'm not very worried about if I covered the bottom of his hand completely just then. No one will ever see it, including me. If I can't see it while painting it, people aren't going to see it while looking at the model. So it's not important to make sure that I did a great, fantastic, amazing job on the palm of his hand there. I think once we start doing the purple, this model is really going to come alive. Leviathan is known for their purple chitin. And once we start getting that on, he's really going to start looking like the real deal. Painting the inside of his thighs and his little bug taint. You only hear shit like that here, huh? Painting this bug's taint right now. Bruh, you leave me alone. He has a taint, okay? And I have to paint it. Stop saying that? Why? It's part of him. Are you shaming this Lictor right now for his unpainted taint? Did I ask first? This thing is my creation. He's an inanimate piece of plastic. I don't have to ask if I can paint his taint, okay? I'm kind of liking the way this is going. Kind of liking it. Gotta make sure to get his other arm now. You're enjoying the bug taint too much. You can't just paint something's taint. I am a god to this creature. Literally true. Before me, he was nothing but plastic pieces on a sprue. Now he's ready to pounce and rip off some Imperial Guardman's head. I'm getting the undersides of his fingies here on his right hand. Again, no one will ever see it, but I want to make sure I get it. But because no one will ever see it, I'm not super worried about the coverage on that. Not super worried. Looking at the box art, because I don't know where to go next, it looks like his chest is a good idea. And his sternum. It's like a weird underside part here that's difficult to reach. Gotta make sure to get it though. How are we looking? Any obvious places I missed? His pincers obviously have pieces that I need. Frog Legs, thanks for gifting us up. Goated. The connecting pieces of his pincers are also this skin tone color. And I don't mean like natural skin tone, just his skin tone. Skin does not look like this. Some of it started to dry now, so now that it's dry, I'm going to go over it again to make sure we get good saturation. Now that it's drying, I'm kind of liking it. It's not as white as the box art, but I kind of like it anyway. So we'll just be happy with it. because I like it, and that's really what's important. Up the back of the pincer. Want to make sure we're not pooling too much. Pooling is okay generally, especially in recesses, but you don't want to pool too much because then you start losing detail. So if it's like in his armpit, like it's like, okay, yeah, it's okay to pool in there because that's his armpit. But if it's like, you know, this piece of the pincer, maybe I don't want it to pool very much in there. How are we looking? He's turning kind of pink. Kind of pink here. He's kind of looking a bit like Captain Crunch Berries, the milk at the end. But I really do think he's going to come to life once we get that swarm purple on him. We're doing the least interesting color first, which is his skin here. If such a creature has skin. Just making sure to spread the paint out so we get nice even coats, but it's not looking whack. Because it might not be obvious to y'all, but it tends to be obvious if you didn't spread your paint out. If your coats are uneven, or if you fucking let it clog up details. It's always unfortunate to see, but I mean, everyone starts in different places. But you know, when you see people's first models and it's just completely clogged up, they sprayed their primer too close, they sprayed too much of it. You really want to make sure that you spread your paint out. It goes a long way. Like those few drops of paint that we had in our palette, we're nearly done with it now, but it covered basically his whole skin. We'll call the skin done here in just a second, or done for now. I think I'll have to mix up more to make sure I have it completed, because I didn't get his face at all, but I really want to get started on that chitin. But maybe I can get his face. Maybe we can. Maybe we can, just a little, with what we have left, just to get some pigment down. And again, I have plenty of paint, so I'm not worried about having to mix up more. Is the paint gonna stain your hand? Nope, not at all. When did I get into minis? A few years ago, like 2 or 3. So that's where we are now. It's a very subtle shade, but it's kind of purpley pink on the skin. But now this next color is going to be super dramatic once we get it on there. It'll really start changing it once we get this on. Oh, it's such a purple. Oh, it's so purple. And wet our brush and then wipe the excess off on a paper towel, but you want your brush to be slightly damp. And now this we're going to have to be more careful with because we don't want this purple over our lighter skin color. We can always fix a mistake but I'd rather not if such a thing is avoidable. It ends up just being, especially with the kind of speed paints like this, it's like a coloring book. You just want to paint in the lines. This is a very saturated purple. I'm liking it. Again, Leviathan is known for its deep purple carapace. So we want to make sure that if you want this guy to read as Leviathan, that he has purple carapace and a kind of off-white pinky skin. Will he be the exact colors of the box art? Absolutely not. Does that matter? Absolutely not. You can see how much color there is in this paint compared to the one we were using. Because the focal point of this model is this nice carapace. Again, we don't want to fuss with paint we've already placed because we'll tear it. Because paint kind of dries in a film. And we don't want to tear it. We want to wait for it to dry completely and then go back if we need more color. Teeny, teeny, tiny movements. Just brace your elbows or your wrists on the edge of your desk and be brave. Oh, look at that. He has a whole spine of carapace painted. Wowee. One of his feet just came unglued from the base. Which means it's time to bring out the big guns. Sprue glue time. Just gonna put that under his footsie to make sure that it really stays on there. We'll just firmly press him down for a second. Seeing the swabs on the thumb? Yeah, it's a real thing. People do that. And now it's dried, or purple. So we're just gonna do it again to make sure we get nice, full, and saturated coverage. Thing about these thin paints is sometimes they tend to coffee stain, which can be prevented by 1, not fussing with the paint once you put it on, and 2, making sure you put on multiple coats. Because these very thin paints do not tend to apply evenly in one coat. Camera is goated? It really is, honestly. I'm very happy with it. Very happy with it. It'll be fun to use it to take pictures and stuff when I travel and things. Not that I travel often, but if I ever go to places I could bring it. Oh, just got some purple on him. Uh-oh. Looks like I have a mistake. I'm so upset. I made a mistake with my paint. I'm so upset. No. I have to go back and paint a teeny tiny thing one more time. It'll take me 1 second. Oh no. Yeah, the thing that I've seen most in novice painters, and I'm definitely still a novice, but it's just, you just gotta be brave. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid to try new techniques. Don't be afraid to have a model that is less than perfect, because guess what? Every model that's ever painted was less than perfect, including the award-winning ones. Imagine the Crosby photos, those would be so goated. But I don't know when I'm gonna see his dumbass again. Stripping the paint is such a pain. On what? On like models? Like if I wanted to strip the paint off this? In my experience, stripping the paint, you just throw it in a bucket of paint stripper. Like acetone. Just throw it in a Tupperware container full of acetone. Take it out. Scrub it with a toothbrush. He's back to gray. I haven't stripped too many models in my time, because I'm usually moderately happy with my paint jobs, because I'm not like a competition painter. I tend to just put on a couple coats of paint and then call it a day. I'm starting to focus, and I'm getting quiet. Oh no. Not my streaming experience. How will the viewer experience be when I'm quietly just painting a model? Oh no. Don't care. The viewer experience will be goated if the painting is good, and I'm happy with it. Gotta get behind his head. And this little cavity here. And once we get 3 different colors on here, he's suddenly going to look very, very realized. It'll be crazy, you'll see. Typically, it's funny, 3 colors, the way that works. In tournaments, official Games Workshop tournaments, the rules tend to be your models have to have 3 different colors on them, and they need to have no gray plastic showing. And it's funny how that ends up being true, that once you prime the model and have 3 different colors on it, it suddenly looks very, very done. Even if you've only technically painted like 60% of the details, it suddenly looks super done once you have 3 colors on. silly Lictor. With your chitin on your forehead. Who do you think you are? With your forehead chitin. You must think you're so tough. He is really tough though. He kills people and it's easy for him. Because he's an alien monstrosity from outside our galaxy. Awkward spot. He has chitin on his sternum. On his sternum here. Oh god. Am I gonna care if I'm super duper good on my coverage under here? No. I'm just gonna do my best. Because again, I'm not a display painter. Or even a great painter. I'm a hobby painter. And really that just boils down to, does the model give me joy at the end? The answer is yes, then I did a good job. And this is shaping up to be a model that I will like. He's looking, that purple really transforms him. And we only have like maybe a third of the purple done. We love assassin type characters. True. They're always the best. Gotta be pretty careful. I'm painting his thigh here, his thigh carapace. But I gotta be pretty careful because again, it's just paint. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, but also don't make mistakes that you can also easily avoid. So when I get to the edge of this chitin here, I'm just trying to be real careful. Real careful. Now for the inside of it. I think once I get this chitin on his legs painted, we will do a kind of close up. I'll try to get you guys some good views. Because I know it's kind of getting lost in the sauce. Because I have to turn them at all these wacky angles. The inside of thighs on like monstrous things is always very hard to get into because they tend to have these very dynamic poses. It's really hard to reach in there. But we're getting it. But we're getting it. It's always fun to really get these saturated colors down because the model really starts to shine. Blocking colors in is always fun. This is a pretty good brush that they included in that paint set. It is not bad. Though brushes tend to really not be super important as long as you're not using like a piece of shit. If it can hold a pretty good tip and isn't super frayed, then it'll treat you right. Though one day I do want a really nice brush set, like a nice like Kolinsky Sable brush set. We're kind of cooking. There's something happening here. There's a whole ass Lictor on that screen. Holy shit. There's a whole ass Lictor. His tail has purple. Tyranids are really fun to paint because they're nice and organic, so they got really nice shapes. And they also tend to not have crazy schemes. Like, an animal doesn't have fucking hazard stripes or fucking decals all over him, you know? This guy's a fucking bug that rips your head off. And so he's painted, you know, he has like very simple and clean and concise colors. Gotta make sure to get the underside of his tail spikes. So we hold him upside down like a goober. And these paints dry super fast, and as long as you're applying thin coats, they ain't gonna go anywhere if you turn them upside down. The paint doesn't run. And he's got shin chitin. And his hooves too, but his hooves are kind of black. I needed to get a black paint out. Guys, this guy's coming along. Does the paint smell? It has no odor. None. Spray paint, the primer that I prime this guy with, that smells. That's why you want to do that outside. You don't want to do that in your room. It's an aerosol. But the paint that actually, you know, that goes on my brush has literally no odor. And then the last obvious piece of carapace that I don't have is on top of his pincers. And then we're just about done with the purple guys. Painting this way is really fun because you get results really fast. Because I'm not looking to, you know, enter a competition, and I'm not placing some unfair expectations on myself on what I can achieve with my limited experience and skills. I'm just using these speed paints, which are which are a type of paint which are very translucent, so they're conducive for underpainting, and they shade themselves and they highlight themselves. So I don't have to do any crazy layering or blending. I just have to put 1 or 2 coats of paint, more like 1 to 3 depending on it, and then I'm done. And it looks good, and I'm happy with it, and I can put them on my shelf and be proud that I created something, you know? Do you use sealant on your minis? I tend to not, because I don't handle them very much. But if, like, let's say I actually played 40K, I would definitely want to use some kind of matte varnish over these, because they would then get handled a ton. Definitely varnish minis if you plan to play with them. Another good tip is make sure that you're always using your brush strokes. If you're painting an area, always brush the same way if you're going to go back over it. You don't want to, like, paint this way and then immediately go back over that same layer this way. That's again how you get coffee stains. I tend to do that. I have a bad habit because I want to make sure I go back for the coverage and I don't lift my brush. But you want to make sure to always paint in one direction. The hit boy band. It tends to not matter what direction that is, just pick whichever one's most convenient for the shape. But you don't want to paint in multi-directions on the same part while the paint is wet, because you'll leave coffee stains and you'll leave brush strokes, both of which tend to be pretty obvious, but they can be easily fixed by just putting more paint on top in a nice even coat. Or if it's really bad, just paint the entire piece again white and then just go back over it. Just do it again. It's really not that big a deal. Will this guy have some coffee stains? Absolutely, because I'm an amateur painter. But that's okay. Because guess what? I have a painted Lictor. Can everyone say that? No. They can't. Who's your favorite from One Direction? I don't think I can name a single member. Wait, is Zayn a member of One Direction? Zayn's a member of One Direction, isn't he? I think he might be the only member I could name, so I guess I'll have to say Zayn. I know nothing about One Direction, guys. But I do think that's the only member I could name for y'all. Harry? Oh, is Harry Styles a member of one? No. No, right? Or maybe he is actually. He is? Okay. Well, there we go. I can name 2 members. How are we looking, Lictor? Wow, having all that purple blocked in? Got a couple spots I need to go back over. He's looking really good all of a sudden. When you clean your brush, don't scrape it against the bottom of your paint, your water glass. Just swirl it around in there and then rub it off lightly on a paper towel. Don't fucking scrape that shit, it's bad. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. He's really starting to look like come alive before our very eyes. If you get the paint on carpet or clothes, is it easy to get off? It's acrylic based, so it tends not to stain super easy. But I mean, if you get it on something white, you might be hard pressed. But if you get to it quick, it's not that big a deal. He's looking quite good. Pretty quick. I think I want to get to the reddish pink. I think I had a color here that I wanted to do that with. Princess pink? Because he has like the gaps in his chitin and the pits on his how pink is this? It looks like Pepto-Bismol. It is Pepto-Bismol colored. But that's kind of what we want. It'll dry a bit less Pepto-y than that. Hello, Kairu Mink. Kairu Mini, rather. My chat is on my phone, about a foot away from my face, and I cannot read that shit well, I'll be honest. He's a princess? Absolutely. Every princess can go invisible, has giant pincers, and a squid face. I just took him out of frame because I'm being silly. Now he's in frame. I need to like paint a big X. I need to paint an X on this mat and be like, okay, this is where the frame is. This is in frame. And putting this third color on is going to do even more than the purple did. Now that he'll have 3 different colors on him. You'll see once this is done. Because again, tournament rules, 3 colors, all painted. No gray. But all you need are 3 colors. It doesn't have to be every detail, doesn't need to be picked out, as long as everything is painted and you have 3 colors. And it's a good rule because stuff looks good even if you kind of half-assed it with 3 different colors on it. Like look how much better he looks already just with those 2 little pink lines on his pincers there. Other things that are pink. The underside of his pincers. And these are going to be darker because they're down facing. Because we zenithalled him. But we want to make sure to get them anyway, even if they're going to be dark. Now that you said Pepto, that's all I see for the pink tone. Yeah, they call it Princess Pink, but this shit's Pepto. I got a blob of pink here on his pincer that I didn't want. Did it dry already when I wasn't looking? A little bit, but if you can see it, on this pincer here, on the tip, you see that big splotch of pink? It's going to disappear in 1 second. It's crazy. People are always so afraid to be perfect. Like, they get paralyzed. They're like, oh man, I can't paint this. I'm going to make a mistake. And now it's gone. It took me all of one second. It's gone now. That's it. So, like, if you want to get into Warhammer, you just do it. Just do it. It's not scary. It's not hard. It's just something that just takes patience and a steady hand, and that's really it. I didn't get into the hobby for a long time because I was afraid that I wouldn't like the results I get. And I'm not a perfect painter, and I'm not even a really great painter. But no matter your skill, when you have a painted mini at the end, you're always proud of it. Always, always, always. Other things that are pink. The joints in his armor, it's going to be really hard to see on camera. Actually, maybe not, because this camera's crazy. Like here on his thigh, right above my my index finger, you can see that kind of ribbed texture. Those are all pink. He has them on his arms, and on his legs, and on his hands. So we got to make sure to block those in. It's like a weird kind of like where his skin has gaps and you can see like the musculature underneath. So we want to make sure to get those in. Just again, a couple coats. The thing that you will hear repeated everywhere that people talk about the hobby, whether it's Warhammer, whether they paint Star Wars Legion, or Marvel Crisis Protocol, or Gundam, or what have you, it's 2 thin coats. Do not glob a whole ton of paint, because you will instantly clog up detail, and you will regret it, because then you have to strip the mini. You could always paint over something to make it more opaque, but you can't take paint off. So if you end up putting too much, it's too late. So you gotta be really careful. So always make sure it's thin. But these paints are really thin because they're speed paints. They're already really thin to begin with, so I don't really need to add any water. I just have to make sure that I'm not putting too much on my brush for the piece of the mini that I'm working on. But if I was working with like normal acrylics, you definitely need to be thinning with water or a paint thinner or something. Water works just fine for like 99% of cases. Just make sure to add a little bit of water before you do it. Which is why my brush is always a little bit damp, because that also helps. But again, I don't need to thin these paints very much because they're speed paints and they're cheating. They're already really thin. They're almost a wash instead of a paint. Alrighty, well we've picked out a lot of the pink, but we've only done it once. So now we want to make sure we go and just do it again. We do it one more time to make sure the color's nice and covered. I really only need to dip my brush into the paint once, and you'd be surprised how much paint your brush can hold if you start painting like this. It can hold a whole lot, so you don't have to go crazy with it. I mean, the thing that I love about High Fleet Leviathan, also I wasn't sure about that skin tone when we started, but now that I have all these colors on it, I think it reads really well as High Fleet Leviathan. The thing that I love about Leviathan, you really notice, especially now, these guys are fucking Frieza. They're Frieza. They're like Frieza before perfect Frieza, before third form, like when he still has the pink on him, before he's just white and purple. They're Frieza from Dragon Ball. Okay. Let's get a couple more colors. I need black. I forgot to take a black out. So now we have to sift through this fucking 115 paints or whatever for a black. Blinding Light? What's the difference between this and Holy White? We have Holy White and Blinding Light. Blinding Light is gray, or Holy White is gray and Blinding Light is white. So I think I should have used this before. Blinding, and let's get a dollop of Holy White next to it. Yeah, you can see the difference. This is Holy White, this is Blinding Light, and this one is way paler. I almost want to put some of this over the skin to lighten it up. Are any of the paints metallic? Yeah, there are some, though I won't make use of them here on this guy. Let's just test and just put this on his butt, on his tail here, and see how that dries. Some of this Blinding Light. Because again, it's just paint. If I don't like it, I can just mix up the original skin color again, and then just do that. But because this is so thin, it looks like it covered up the entire color completely now that I have this on here, but once it dries, it won't. Imagine having that 600 paint set, that'd go crazy. It would go insane. That is an insane set. Alrighty, so we'll let that dry and I will go back to looking for the black. It's in here somewhere. gray, black. Here it is. Grim Black. His fingernails are black. His hooves are black. Parts of like his claws and other things are black. So let's put it like 4 drops. Again, these paint bottles will last such a long time because you're seeing how little paint actually gets used. I used like 4 drops of purple to get this, and I didn't even use all of it. And wet our brush just a little. We're doing his fucking fingernails, so we gotta be a bit careful. They're small. And once we have this on, it's gonna go crazy. Black really helps separate some of these finer details. His hands will stop looking like pink blobs and will start looking like hands now that I'll have these claws painted in. I know I'm taking him out of frame for just a second. I gotta get him really close to my fucking face to get these claws. They're so small. You know, when you watch a YouTube video of a guy painting, these are the steps that he edits out because he took it out of frame. It's crazy how much better it looks now, already, just painting these talons on his fucking right hand. I'll show you guys the 2 hands to compare. Look at the hand here, and then the other one. Look how much more defined it looks all of a sudden, just having his nails painted. It suddenly looks so much better, just that teeny tiny step. It's crazy. It's crazy how sometimes it's those little things that really make a model come to life. Hope you guys can tell that usually when I do this I listen to an audiobook because it's so relaxing. You can just kind of paint and just listen to the book. This is a really good black actually. It might cover in one coat over white. Juicy color, very good. Very happy with these paints. I hadn't used any of them before obviously because you guys saw me open the fucking box. And am I going to worry that the undersides of his fingernails are completely perfect? No. Did I maybe get some black on the undersides of his fingers? Yup. Doesn't matter. Those things get lost. When the whole model is painted, people aren't fucking looking at his palms. They're looking at his giant pincers and his claws and his bright fucking Pepto-Bismol pink ribbed portions. It's just not something you need to worry about. If you ever get into this again, do not sweat all the teeny tiny mistakes and all the teeny tiny details. Because like, now that I have both of his hands painted, like look how complete he nearly looks. Once his hooves are done and his face is done, this guy's looking crazy. You know? We'll get those hooves done now, because that's a big part of the model. It's still white. And we want to get that covered up. Get out of here. No more primer sticking through. Get out of here. We're done with you. thing about black is especially here on his feet. He has like little recesses right above his hooves. I could just go ahead and paint them black, even though they probably should be skin tone. But they're just gonna look like they're in shadow anyway. So why waste my time mixing up more skin tone to put in that teeny tiny crevice underneath his, like right above his fucking hoof, if I could just paint it black and just be done with it. It doesn't matter. It's a teeny tiny recess above his fucking foot. No one's looking in there, guys. If you ever paint, think about if someone else painted this model and you were looking at it, where would you look? Not in a tiny recess above his foot. Not there. Nope. If you paint it black, it just disappears into the background of the color scheme. And you don't have to worry about it ever again. It's gone. I do need to mix up some more skin tone though, because there are a few obvious places that I missed or need another coat. So once we have all of these other colors done, we'll go back. But again, it's not a big deal. It's just paint. We can very easily mix up more. You see how much fucking paint I have thanks to y'all? I don't have to buy paint again. These bottles will last so long, and even if I use, like, let's say a color that gets used a lot, like black, and the bottle goes out, I only have to replace the black. I still have fucking 500 bottles of other fucking colors. I literally will never have to buy paint again. And this is my preferred type of paint. The speed paint. I know a lot of people like to use normal acrylics because they like to layer, and they like to glaze, and they like to wet blend. I'm not a great painter. I'm not a competition painter. I am totally fine using these speed paints over a Zenithal Prime forever. Because the thing that makes me happy is just having completed models. And the way to get them done is like this. To get them done fast and in a way where they still look good. You can be fast with normal acrylics, but it takes a lot more skill. And I'm not skilled. And that's okay. It's okay to not be skilled. It's okay to be dog water even. The thing is, I'm not going to say I've plateaued at all. I haven't painted that many models. But the difference in time it took for me to get to this skill level from dog water was so fast. You would be shocked at just the tips that I've said in this stream, as long as you apply them, how close you can get to a model that you are really supremely happy with. The only tips you need to have models that come out good and make you happy: thin your paints, 2 thin coats, and prime from far away in passes. So another thing that you tend to notice when people first start, gotta reach my primer, is you have your, I'll zoom out, you have your spray can and they're just laying it on from right here. You want to be at a 45-degree angle-ish and like this far away, or maybe even more, so much farther than I'm out of screen, and you do passes. You don't spray the model dead on, you do passes like this, so it gets hit in the crossfire. And just a couple passes per angle, and then that's it. Windows open? No, you do this shit outside. Not even window open. You're not indoors. This shit's aerosol. You don't want to do this in your room. And those 3 tips will get you a model that you are happy with. You will have a model that has nice detail, it has nice underpainting, and its color and saturation and coverage are good. Gonna try to reactivate our purple because I'm noticing a spot that I missed. But it's starting to dry on the palette because I haven't touched it. Let's go back over this real quick. The thing about these paints is, though, they do dry fast as fuck. The purple on that palette is basically unusable now. But that's okay, because I have a fucking giant bottle of it. Okay, and I dropped my brush. And now, what I want to do, I'm shaking the camera because I'm scooting my chair. I want to take one of these reds. And I want to thin it down a little bit. Have you felt a need to make a wet palette? I've owned a wet palette, but especially for paints like this, because they're so thin already, a wet palette just dilutes them too much. If I was using normal acrylics that were really like a ton thicker, because this looks like food coloring coming out of here, it's so thin, I would use a wet palette. For those who aren't initiated, a wet palette is basically a palette that has a kind of an absorbent material, usually like a foam or sponge, and then has a thin sheet of paper placed on top, and then you put the paint on top of that, and the water slowly seeps through the paper into the paint to keep it moist over a long period. So you could have your paint wet for days on the palette, like literal days. But for this, you just don't need it. It won't work with this kind of paint. Okay, so now I'm happy with our paint color, especially here on the pincers, but I'm finding it to be a bit flat. So to shade that pink, I'm going to take that deep red and I'm going to thin it down even more with a few drops of this medium, which is just paint without pigment in it. And then we'll apply that over the pink, and I think it'll give us some nice definition. Good night, Lily. Thanks for hanging out. So we'll have a nice thin red here. It's going to be super thin. Like if I apply this over myself here, it's going to like, you can see especially like up here towards the top that it's really thin. It's basically dry up there now already. So we're just going to take some of that, really thin, and we're really, if you can see what I'm doing here on the palette, I'm kind of drawing it out, really making sure that we don't have a lot on our brush, because we want very little, because we're just wanting to tint this pink red and not paint this red. We just want a little bit of definition in the recesses here. So it's going to look really scary. It's going to look like I just turned our pink red. And I might not have thinned it enough. And if so, that's alright. But I think it's going to dry and look pretty good. We just have to wait. And we're just going to wait here and let this dry. And just let it dry now. And just see what happens. And if I don't like what happened, then we just paint it white and then... And then, it's the camera. It looks red to my eyeballs, trust. It says, fuck, where'd it go? Brilliant red, but it looks orange on camera. Now that's too red. But here's the thing about it being too red. I'll just paint over it and fix it. It's really easy. I needed to thin it more. That's alright. But this is a normal acrylic, so I gotta make sure I actually thin this with water. We'll just put some water on our palette, make sure our brush is really wet, pull the white into the water and mix it. Make sure we got a nice consistency. A consistency, I'll be honest, is something you feel. Like some people will tell you that this is what the paint's supposed to look like. I honestly couldn't tell you. But you can kind of feel it if it doesn't clog on the brush. If it flows nicely off when you run it on the palette. So our guy turned too red. That's literally fine. Because I just mixed up some white paint in fucking 3 seconds. And I'll just paint over it with a couple of coats of white. And then we'll make them pink again. Though this is a full acrylic paint, so it's going to take longer to dry. So we're just going to let it chill. And we'll start working on his skin some more. So before, for his skin, I felt like I had white and princess pink. And I think that was it. But I think I used, that was too much pink. 1 drop of pink. And I think I used Holy White, but I think I'm going to use Blinding Light this time and see how that goes. And we'll do 3 drops of this. And 1 drop of medium. And we'll see how that goes. 2 drops of medium. Oh well. That is looking like the original color. It's kind of a lavender. And I missed some of his fingers before, so we'll go over those. Yeah, that was right. I mixed up the right color. It was good. This is good. And I don't like how that pure white, that pure blinding light looks on his tail. It made it too gray. And so we'll just go over it. And because we've been using thin coats, it doesn't matter. If we were using thick coats and not thinning our paint, then we might have started clogging up detail at this point, because we would be on our 4th coat of paint on the same place. But because we've been being good boys, and we're thinning out our paints, it's no problem. No problem at all to just paint right over it. And the white that I painted on is coming off on my fucking finger because I'm putting it over it. Oops. But again, that's no problem too, because we still have plenty of white on our palette. There's a part that I missed completely, which were his weird little stomach pincers. I completely didn't paint them any color. I think they'll end up being black, but for now we'll just paint them skin tone. You've been lurking, and I had a chance to watch, and it looks really cool. Thank you. We've been hard at work on it in here. Our little Lictor. The other thing that really transforms your mini once you do it is basing. Once I get some like fucking gravel and shit on this bitch, sheesh. Basing is always the last step. But I don't think we'll do that today on stream because the basing paste, like the texture paste, takes a really long time to dry. Glad I mixed up some more skin color. We needed to go back over some spots. And our white is dry on that red spot, and we'll just go over it again. And because we've been thinning our paint, it won't clog detail, and it'll just erase our mistake. Once this is mostly white, which after this dries, it should be, then I'll just go over it again in pink, and then it was like we never made the silly mistake of putting too much red on there. It's really that easy. I'm gonna start doing his face now, because I ran out of skin tone last time before I got there. inner, like his inner thighs and things need some more paint as well. You need another coat, which is always fine. It's not a big deal. The thing is, if you need to do a few coats, hell, if you need to do 5 coats to get good coverage on something, that's better than doing one giant thick coat. Just keep applying thin layers until the saturation and the coverage are where you want it. That's all. His little Lictor face. His little squiddy face. His little octopus head. He's kind of a little freak, but that's alright. We're his father and we love him anyway. Even if he has an octopus for a head. That's alright. Some people have octopi for heads, you know? Alrighty, let's go back to black and start blocking in some more of these claws and bits. So the ones down here on his footsie, his little dew claws I missed. So let's go block those in. Other things that I should paint black. Probably his weird torso claws, his weird waist claws that he has down here. Those should be black. I'm not even 100% sure what they are, but he kind of just has claws coming out of like his hip bones. Maybe it's for when he hugs people, he stabs them. When he hugs them real tight with his Lictor arms. With his strong Lictor arms. Kind of in an awkward spot though, putting these claws in his fucking waist when he's bent over. It's hard to reach him. We just gotta keep turning him around and turning him around until we can get to the angle we need. Until we can find a way to sneak our brush in there. Again, all you need is a steady hand. It's actually a lot harder to get paint all over than you'd think. You just have to be purposeful, that's all. Just got to be purposeful with your application and you will not screw up. Just have a steady hand, hold the model steady, brace your wrists or elbows, and that's it. If you'll notice, I didn't get black anywhere else that I didn't want it. Our white is just about dry. But because it's not yet, I will keep applying skin tone in places I think it should be. Like above his hooves here. And on the tops of his weird dew claws. And we'll apply another coat to his face. His Lictor face. And his pincers have some spots that I think need a bit more. Because they're reading gray instead of like violet. Though he is generally kind of gray, but it needs to be like pink gray, not gray gray. We will use it some more here on our white that we're using to cover our mistake. I think we're just about ready to use Pepto-Bismol again. Swirl our paint around to reactivate it here. And our Pepto will go back on the way it was. And it was like it never happened. Like we never made that bright red by accident, you know? I think that was good I did that, even if it was an accident. Because now, if you guys are ever wanting to get in the hobby, you'll see how easy it is to fix mistakes. Because now, if you look at it now, could you tell that this one was once bright red? You can't. It's just pink now. His eyes are minuscule. You won't be able to see them ever. But they're... One of them is on the side of his head. They're kind of like, one is in here, right under the chitin, and then there's another one on the other side that's also like that. They're teeny tiny eyes. Now that we're back to Pepto-Bismol, I need another layer of pink on the underside of the pincers, because the coverage on black is kind of iffy. But these are pink too. But yeah, that's how easy it was to fix a mistake. I just mixed up some white, added some water because it was an acrylic and not a speed paint. It was a true acrylic paint, so it was pretty thick. Just added some water, mixed it up, and applied 2 thin coats. And then I put the pink over that, and now it's like it never happened. It's crazy. No, I do not usually seal these because I don't handle them often. I would, if I handled these more often than I do, I would definitely seal them. Definitely. If I use them for games and not just putting on a shelf, I would seal them for sure, for sure. But these things just fucking hang out on a shelf. They just vibe. We're quickly approaching completion, I'll be honest. He's a pretty simple mini. He doesn't have too many colors on him. I did want to add some red highlights to some of the black, if it'll even show up. Like some of his talons are kind of black with red tint. So if I add red on the tip of this, I wonder how it'll be when it dries. We'll just do it. We'll just add red to the tips of these little black talons. We'll just add some red to like the upper like 50%. And we'll just see what happens when it dries. We'll just see. Hell, we'll do red on the bottoms of his hooves too. Just for some interest. Just for some interest. We'll do a little bit of red on the bottoms of his hooves. And on some of his black claws that are up on his pincers. Just for some color interest. We'll see how that looks when it dries. How obvious the red is or not. I still want to shade that pink. I wonder if maybe we'll just take this. This is called Purple Alchemy. It is apparently a strong pink. So this will be a deeper pink than before. We'll add a squirt of medium to really dilute it. And maybe we'll use this. We'll be very generous with the medium. I have a gigantic bottle of it. And we'll mix this up. Ooh, this is very thin. I'm liking it though. We'll make sure our brush is clean so it doesn't have a belly full of paint. We'll dry it off. And we'll take just the barest amount. And we'll apply this over our pink and see how it's looking. We'll be very careful not to layer it everywhere. We just want it to kind of pool on some of the recesses and some of the raised edges. Just to give us a little bit more definition to our pink areas. So they're not just kind of a pink blob. You want some shading. because this pink color doesn't shade itself very well, so we'll have to give it some help with some more pink. It's looking better already with that applied. It's pooling a little much, and if it's pooling a little much, just clean your brush real quick, and then just dab it on the parts that you think have too much paint, and it'll soak it right up. There we go. You can see the difference on that. I'll show you. Now that I've applied that to the pink bits, you can see they're much more defined than they were before. But they still are pink. It's just now they have a nice deeper pink in the recess. You know? Because that pink was so bright, it didn't shade itself. So I needed to help it out. It just kind of didn't have any definition, so I needed to wash it to get a shade going. These paints generally shade themselves just by their nature, but some of these colors are so bright that they, even if they pool, they just don't shade. So you just gotta give them a little help by mixing up a similar color or finding a similar color and just running that over it really thin. So it'll tint it slightly but not change the color. It'll still read pink. And we'll run this into his little muscle bits too. His weird skin gaps. And I don't know how well it's showing up on camera, but this is making a giant difference to me in my eyeballs. And the weird little ribbed sections that he has in his skin. It's really making the pink a lot more punchy than it was before. But it's also making it more rich too. It's not just more saturated, it's like a richer color. So he's looking less washed out. But it is still our Pepto-Bismol pink. It's just the shading of it, the recesses are richer, they're darker. Ooh, this is an awkward spot. The underneath of his forearm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now if you like look on the side of his thigh there, you can read the ribbed texture a lot better than you could before. But it's still a kind of Pepto-Bismol pink, but now it's easier to see. I want to mix up more of that skin color. I had like 1 drop of Princess Pink and like 3 drops of Blinding Light. Sometimes I wish they had like normal colors for the, like normal names. Like Blinding Light doesn't mean anything, you know? Like why can't, I get why they're not. It's like more marketable to call these whatever, but yeah. Games Workshop does the same thing, you know? Games Workshop fucking calls their paints whatever the fuck they want. Bad Moon Yellow, Evil Sun Scarlet, Mephiston Red, you know? You'd think it would be white. White paint, especially of this kind of weird speed painty translucent color, it's kind of hard to get actual white out of it. They tend to read gray, unless you use like a full acrylic and get white. There's another mistake I'm trying to cover up. Let's get A nice dry brush. There's a bunch of extra water and moisture in this part right now. So I'm just trying to wick it away so I can paint this shit white. When I was painting the claws a bit, trying to tint them red, the red kind of flowed down the claw and kind of tinted the base. So I'm going to try to paint those a bit white so I can go back over them with the skin tone. Touching up some of the skin tones, like areas that need a bit of white, so I can go back over them with the skin tone. Some of the other places that were reading a bit too dark, getting white, and just going over them with white. Does it have to be a complete pure white for you to be able to correct it? Absolutely not. As long as it reads mostly white, you'll be fine. If it's kind of pink, that's okay. If it's kind of gray, that's okay too. Alrighty, well, we're waiting for that to dry. More pink, because some of these pink details are not reading pink enough. It's because I was trying to cover black, and that's always hard. It's always hard to make a bright color go over black, obviously. I probably should have painted them white first, and then done the pink. But that's okay. It's alright. Oops. I think I'm also going to take some of that strong pink tone that we had, that we mixed up, and I think I'm going to apply some of that to some of his face detail to kind of give him a bit more interest. So like some of his octopus tentacles and like the weird kind of frilly bit that he has, we're going to apply that there to give him a bit more visual interest on his face, so it's not all one color. Because faces are a focal point of any model, even if he's a weird squid, octopus, bug. So you want to make sure that if you're going to do any little extra work for a little bit more visual interest, to apply it on the face. Just dab a little bit of this pink kind of willy-nilly on here, because he's an organic shape, so his skin isn't all going to be one tone. We'll take some of that and put it in some of the other recesses. Like he has like these weird circle bits on his tail base. We'll kind of just put some in there. We'll just kind of put some in there. Am I caring if it's super neat? Absolutely not. Because this is his skin. It's going to be kind of interestingly toned. And I'll just use a now clean brush that I put and kind of feather this color out a little bit. Just kind of feather it out just a touch. So it'll help tint those areas without pooling anywhere unnecessarily. It's super, super, super thin. So it's only going to, see, that makes such a difference already. That's crazy. I'll show you guys in just a second. Putting this over some of the more, the less flat areas of his skin really helps. I'll show you once I am done in just a moment. So, if you're looking at his tail now, that weird bit at the bottom with all that texture is now really picked out, because that paint was so thin, it just flowed right in there without tainting or tinting the rest of the skin. So now when that dries, those details are really going to pop now. And now we'll just repeat that process, because I was really happy with that, over the rest of his skin to really help the details pop out. Because this paint is super duper thin, because I added so much medium that the color, it's going to instantly flow off the high smooth areas into the recesses and help those be different, help those like shade. I can be kind of particular with the way I choose to do it too. I can choose to really to apply it a bit smart, like maybe not put this at all on flat areas, just try to only put them in areas with a lot of detail. With a lot of nice texture that it can flow into. And if I'm unhappy with it, then I just paint over it again. It's really simple. I had some pink flow over the purple. That's alright. I'll just paint it purple again in a minute. I'm just kind of dabbing it on instead of brushing it to try to force it into the recesses. Because I don't want to paint his whole skin this color, I just want to add some shadow. Being very particular about where I'm placing this. His knuckles are probably a good choice to get this more color. We'll pick his knuckles out with this. He's now quickly starting to read a lot less gray because of this step. This is a good idea. These weird knobby bits that he has on him I could probably pick out with this color. These weird horns he has on his head. I know I took him out of frame, I'm sorry. I had to look. I had to really look at him with my special eyes. Trying to get the recesses in his footsie, trying to give it a bit more visual interest so it's not all one tone. I'm basically washing this model now in this color, but being very particular because I don't want the purple to get covered in this. Just his skin tone in specific spots. It's actually, again, it's hard to pick up on camera, but it's actually making a really big difference. Like his leg here. Now that it has that pinky color on it, that dark, deeper, strong tone, it's really helping him look more alive. It's done on both feet, it's done on his pincers. He's looking pretty epic. I think I need to get some more purple out and help fix up some of the purple. Always shake your paint. Even if you literally just opened it. Even if you already shook it up earlier. Always shake your paint. It's goofy to not do so. It's a goofy move. I kind of want to pick out the sides of this with purple to help define them. That's gonna be hard. Don't wanna mess up my pink. There we go, carefully. carefully. I'm just trying to kind of panel line the pink fleshy bits with this purple, because the skin tone wasn't doing a good enough job as a separator. It was kind of reading like a big pink blob. And that's not what we want. So I'll just take this purple and kind of block it out. I have very little paint on my brush here at this point, getting this purple on. I think I'm happy with what that did though. It's kind of subtle. If you look at the pincer on y'all's right, I surrounded the pink with purple, and the one on the left doesn't have it. And I think it helps make it stand out more. Because this one is a bit flat. So we'll just do that again. Being super careful. The models are sturdy once you glue them all together and let them sit. He's been glued a minute now. So I'm not worried about him coming apart. I'm not like fucking smashing him or anything, but I can hold him pretty tight and he's not gonna go anywhere. Yeah, I'm happy with that as a step. That was a good step. It looks better for that. And now, I messed up some of the skin on the back, so I just gotta go over those with more skin color. Any obvious places that need more? Maybe his goofy face. I don't know, his face is such a weird thing. There's so much weird detail going on. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to pick out... Oh, this is going to be annoying. I wanted to pick out the claws inside the pincers with black, and there's a lot of teeny tiny claws inside the pincers, so we're gonna really try to get it one side at a time. It almost has like teeth. Oh goodness. They're so small. But we'll just be patient and we will pick them out one little tooth at a time on the sides of them. We're not trying to go all the way around the tooth from the opposite side. That's goofy. We're going to paint one side and then flip the mini and then do the other side. There's no reason that you have to be 100% efficient with all of your movements. That's just silly. We're painting a thing that's like 45 millimeters tall. There's nothing efficient about this. So we just have to make sure to be accurate. Just, if I'm painting these teeny tiny teeth on his fucking pincers, I just gotta make sure to be accurate and be steady. That's it. This black is a super strong paint, so it really is covering in kind of one coat here. Because it's so strong, I have to be really careful about how and where I apply it. And I got a little bit too much water, so I'm just going to try to wick some of it away with our little brush. And that helped a lot, actually, picking out the black on that. So you see the teeth inside the pincer, the one on y'all's left has the black, and the one on the right doesn't. And that really helps pick them out. So we're going to do that again. It is a-okay to just lay him directly on the table. He isn't going to break. The paint isn't going to rub off. As long as you're not scraping him and dragging him around, he'll be just fine. Just firmly press him onto the table if you have to, so he doesn't shake, so that your hands don't shake. And just pick out the teeny pincers. Am I gonna sweat if these pincers aren't perfect? No. That would be so silly. These things are so small. Why would I beat myself up over not having them perfect? We're almost there. Just a few more. I'm just barely touching them with the brush to make sure I only get the pincer teeth. I think we're gonna do his eyeballs. Oh God. Not his eyeballs. Okay, well, for eyeballs, I'll get some new white because that's kind of dry. Come on, white paint. There we go. Just a teeny dollop, because we're barely using it at all. Getting my brush loaded up with water to help mix. Some people add water via like a dropper. Like you can add like a water dropper. But I don't have one on hand right now. So we're just fucking adding it manually via the brush, which works just fine for our purposes. You can see on the palette, even though it's out of focus, this white is super thinned out. We're just gonna very carefully, and it's okay to not be super accurate with this, because maybe he has glowing eyes. We're gonna paint the area of his eyes white, and then we're gonna go over that with yellow, or maybe red. I don't know yet. His eyeball is in this teeny recess. Teeny tiny. And now we just gotta wait for that to dry. Alrighty, so looking at his face, you can see very clearly where the eyeball is now on both sides. Once that dries, we'll color him. Where's my texture? There. Oh, my phone is propped up against it. While we wait for that to dry, I wanted to apply some of this. Wait, this is brand fucking new. I never opened this? No, I did. This part just came out. Okay, where are my texture tools? Oh no, are they gone? Did they not make the move? Do I have an old shitty brush? Surely the answer is yes. Surely the answer is yes. Is there a brush I'd be willing to? Absolutely, there's a brush I'd be willing to use. Okay, so what I'm about to do next is I'm going to apply some texture paste to his base. This stuff dries to look like dirt. Do not use a brush. Do not use a brush that you are willing, that you don't want to completely destroy. This brush is not going to be usable for normal paint again after doing this. It'll be my texture paint brush, and that's okay. But this stuff is really rough on brushes, really rough. It's super grainy, it's super thick, it gets really deep into the ferrule of a brush, into the belly, and it just ruins it for paint. But that's okay, I have a whole ton of brushes, and this brush that I'm using right now is really cheap. So it's okay for me to completely ruin this thing. And I'm being careful to not get texture paint all over him. Around the base of his feet, maybe that's okay to get texture paint. Because, you know, he's stepping in dirt. It'll come up on his feet. But I don't want to obviously get all this grainy, gritty stuff on his like, you know, his face. That would be very bad. If I act quick, I could fix it and just wash it off, but alrighty. Okay. So I'm going to act fast to wipe some of that off the base and other places. Off the rim, I guess I should say. Some of it got on his fingy. Get off that fingy, Mr. Texture Paint. You don't belong there. Sorry that I took him out of frame. I'm just cleaning up the overspill of some of the texture paint. But I'll show him in just a second so you can see what it looks like now with that on. So, with that on, he's now suddenly in a little scene. He now has ground. And that'll dry really matte and really grainy. And then I can add like grass tufts, and I can paint it a little bit to add some texture. I missed a spot that I'm seeing now. But you're seeing what this is doing to this brush? That brush is dead now, but that's okay. He'll just be used to that all the time. He'll just be our texture paint brush. I'm noticing I never painted the back of his head, so that's something I should probably do. And now that the white of his eyes is dry, I can pick them out. I think we're going to choose yellow because that's a nice contrasting color to the purple. So what yellow? What yellow? Pastel yellow? No. Where's that one fucking like sand golem? Wasn't that a yellow? Where's that shit at? What's this? Ooh, that'll work. We got maize yellow, like corn. So that's what we'll use. And these paints are all dry, so I don't care about adding the yellow on top. And we're gonna be really careful. Oh God. Just a teeny bit, just dip the tip of the brush in the paint. We don't want the belly to have any yellow in it. And just like before, I'm gonna really brace him, and I'm just gonna cover the white we laid down in yellow. So then he'll have eyeballs. Yup. And we'll wait for that to dry, and we'll try to shade the eyes so that they're more defined. But they're yellow now, that's for certain. They're yellow now. But I just want to shade them. And then I think we might call this guy done, I'll be honest. Are there any other parts that I wanted to pick out in black? Not really. Oh my God, there's texture paste on his back. How? Get off of there. If there's texture paste in a place I don't want, I'm just going to pick at it with the knife. And if it takes some paint off, that's okay, because I'll just go back over it with the purple. Why is there fucking texture paint on his back? How did I do that? That's alright. I have a little bit of purple still wet on my palette, and we'll just go over it. Because I just picked some of the paint off, being a goober. Are there any obvious places that I need this purple before it dries? Any obvious spots I missed? There are a couple. We'll try to pick them out. A couple places where I didn't go to the edge of the chitin, or I painted the outside of his foot but not the inside. Some places where it's not that saturated, like the inside of his thighs. So we'll pick that out. This stuff on the top of his head. Needs another coat. Just being really careful not to get that purple where we don't want it at this stage. Because at this stage, we're trying to fucking call this guy done. And we don't want to fucking mess him up now. I'll probably line the pink again while this purple is still workable. Careful. Careful. And we got some spillage. So I will just go back over that with what little bit of skin tone we have left. Just carefully cover it up just a little bit. There isn't that much spillage, so we're not going to worry about it too much. He's looking pretty good, guys. Now what do I shade this fucking yellow with? Is there another yellow? Like a deeper one? Where's that sand golden color that I was looking for? There's a color called sand gold. Oh, what's this? Ancient honey. How much darker is this than the other yellow? It's a little darker. That'll work. Sir, thanks for gifting Chocomoy. We'll take our ancient honey, just a little bit, and we will put it into the recess of the eyes to shade them. We flooded it. Oops. Just dab at it with a clean brush that's dry. If you act quick, you can just dab up any mistakes, any flooding. Because you want to be careful not to flood. Eyes are always hard. Because like I want this guy's eyes to be yellow. But if I paint them just pure yellow, they have no shape. So I want to make sure to shade them, but then shading them is hard. We'll see. I'm moderately happy with the way that turned out. There's a spot of black that I'm realizing I'm missing, so where did our black go? Black? Are you black? There it is. There are some claws on his knees that I missed. Also, the box art has the tips of his tentacles tinted black, so maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try that. Try to thin down some black to shade the tentacles. Or I guess color them, it's not even a shade. Some real thin black here on the palette. Make sure our brush isn't too loaded up. And we'll just get the tips of the tentacles black so that they're not all one color. And it'll be really subtle, but it's something. Has these things black? Interesting box art. I do not know what these are, but it says to paint them black, so I will do so. Careful. Alrighty, well, his base isn't done, but that's alright. He's mostly done. He's basically done. I think I'll call him done. I'm happy with him. A Lictor. Remember where we started? Remember him? We've come so far. He's looking quite good, I think. And probably off camera, I'll finish up his base. I might be able to do that here on camera. That stuff's nearly dry already, honestly. What color could I use? Maybe some green tones? What color is this? I need some greens. Some strong greens. That's green, that's green. What are you? Are you green? That's green. What we'll do is we'll take a few different green colors because I kind of want some color interest on the base. We got Orc Skin, Shamrock Green, and Malignant Green. And we're just gonna be silly with them. That's Shamrock Green, we'll just start there. We'll take our gross brush that we ruined earlier with our texture paint. We will wet him a little bit. We will take our green, and we're just gonna kinda dab it on the base. It'll dry really, really clear, because we're really spreading it out here. And we'll just dab it in different places. We'll use a couple different kind of greens here. Just to add some visual interest. We'll get Malignant Green now. Ooh, that looks like baby barf. We'll kind of wet blend them even on the base. I'll fucking mix them up. I don't want to completely obscure our other color, but I don't want her to be standing on a weird brown plinth, you know? Also, I guess he has that piece of metal that's on his base. What do we paint that? Do I use a metallic? Where's the metallics? They're somewhere. Are any of you guys the metallics? Are you a metallic? How about you? Oh, found it. I found a metallic. Polished silver. He's standing on like a metal sheet, so I think we'll paint that silver and shade it. Ooh, this is a nice metallic. That actually has a really insane coverage, so we want to be careful with it. I'm not really sure why he's standing on a metal sheet. Where is it? Is it a ruined fort? Is it a piece of a tank? Who knows? But he's standing on it, and we gotta make sure we paint it. We can't have just a naked primer colored sheet on his base. That looks so silly of us. And just like every other paint we've been using, just a couple thin coats. Especially if I have black or red bleed over onto this sheet, which I have. So just a couple coats. Let them dry before applying more. There's like some dirt on his base too. Let's get a brown. His phone is low on battery, don't care. Brown. We'll get a pretty good amount because I kind of want to flood the base with this color to kind of tie all the uniform colors together. So we'll get our nice destroyed brush. Dab a lot of the paint off of it, maybe on the paper towel, and we'll just dab this onto the base in splotches. To help tie all the different colors of the base together. And there's like some dirt on the metal sheet that I'll just paint normally. I'll just use that brown color that's already on my palette, because why get another color? It's just dirt. It's okay. I don't have to go find the color that says dirt. I have a brown on my palette. This one works just fine. I think I want to apply a little bit more texture paste in some spots. It's looking a bit flat. Just a teeny bit though. Just a teeny bit. The texture paste really shrinks when it dries because the medium evaporates and just leaves the grit behind. So sometimes you have to be a bit heavy with it. So that's alright though. Okay. Now, where are my fucking tufts? These are dead. I have some more. Those are like turquoise. I thought I have some neutral tufts. There they are. Tufts. We'll just stick a couple tufts on there of various sizes and shapes. The tufts are adhesive. They have adhesive on the bottom, so you just kind of press them into the base. I'll get a couple of these teeny tiny dead bush ones. Yeah. Basing is something that I'm not very good at. I just kind of put some texture paste down, throw on some tufts, and then just kind of call it. See? And now we have some bushes and stuff on there. And I'll paint the base rim black, and then once it's all dry, he'll look really good. The last step of painting any model is painting the base rim black. Some people do brown, some people do olive drab. Personally, I find that black looks the best. And hilariously, even with this, though I tend to lay it on kind of thick, paint in the same direction, in nice even brush strokes, a couple thin coats. By the time you get all the way around it, you'll probably be ready to start another coat, as long as you're applying it pretty thin. People that do brown bases, I don't really get. Some people swear by the brown base. It's kind of gross. I don't like the way it looks, the brown base. The black base serves as a nice, clean separation between the miniatures basing, the ground and dirt, so it really picks it out as like a moment in time. Black base just looks super clean. You'll see once it's done. I don't want to touch it because it's really wet. Like a dark wood brown? No, it's like a brown, like almost a khaki brown. Nah, black is the best color for base rims. Always, always, always. It just makes them look real clean. Alrighty. Well, the base rim is still wet. But, we got a whole ass Lictor. Hold on. We got a whole Lictor there. Hooray! Remember where we started? Now we got this guy here. Look how far we've all come. Wow. There he is. Well, guys, I hope you had fun. I had fun. It went, kind of long, but it's a long process. Again, that's only one model. There are ones that paint up faster. There are ones that paint up way slower. There's a spot that I need more purple in because I'm noticing one of his chitin is pink. We're just gonna talk and apply that at the same time. But yeah, I thought that was a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone who subbed or gifted during this time. I appreciate everyone who hung out. I know I wasn't super attentive to chat, but I'll be honest, really hard to read chat while I'm also focusing on this. It's just kind of I talk to myself for 4 hours, you know? But yeah, that was really fun. I'm happy with the way he came out. Let me put my paintbrush cap back on my paintbrush. I have a paintbrush cleaner too. It's almost like a shampoo for your paintbrush. But he didn't get that dirty, so we'll be okay with him. This guy's dead forever, though. He's dead forever. But he's now our texture paintbrush, so that's okay. Appreciate everyone who hung out. It was fun. I'm going to go to turn around and jump over this cord so I could put on my bye-bye screen. Bye-bye, everybody. It was fun.